Yeah, I got you.
So you just go to your TikTok studio and go to monetization and go to TikTok shop creator, and then you can go to steps.
Well, that's what I've done so far.
Product marketplace. And then you look for stuff that has free samples in it.
Okay. Thank you. Well, hello there. Well, hello there. You know what? So that's one of my.
I just ordered broccoli.
I went about 3 weeks. When I looked into it, it was getting home no less than like. You know what? So that's one of my. Yeah, 125. I wouldn't call it one lane. I'd like to.
So, do they give you a better rate on the second lane?
When I looked into it, it was no less than like 120 or something crazy. Yeah, 125 for one lane. So, do they give you a better rate on the second lane?
Oh man, I just been searching for 2 years.
Yes.
He's a big tail there.
Wait a minute. So 30,000. What about it? Okay.
I've only used for 18 months. That's
That's
8 lane, 13.
Wait a minute. So 30,000.
Yep.
Oh, you gotta have. Oh man.
1,800 per lane.
Yeah. That's
Just waiting for my HOA to improve the room reach.
Right.
Just gotta replace my patio.
Oh, you're gonna have any? Oh, that. Oh.
Walk out the door, try to
80. Because you only need 60
It's gonna be a
lane itself.
massive.
In the walk up. Right.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
at least.
So you'll get. That's
Originally, I
awesome.
wanted
That's awesome. Because you only need 60 for the lane itself. In the walk up.
50 for the side.
Yeah. Okay. You got it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Well, I vaguely know what we did, but I don't want to make the mistake. So I'll say what. Let's start with the
I want it much shorter.
on the side. Negotiate. Okay. You got it. So do you have wait a minute, you want the top very low too? The HOA. Well, I'll tell you what, let's start with the sides.
Yeah.
And then we can negotiate together how this project is completed. So do you have assume the HOA moves quick. Do you have an ETA on when this project will be completed?
It required land survey, survey.
So wait a minute, the HOA said you needed a survey? That's so awesome. That's crazy. So I didn't think to put it outside because of just the humidity and how the lanes would react to Texas weather.
So I didn't think to put it outside because of just the humidity and how the
Yeah. So you're gonna have the patio covered.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. These are.
Yeah. So you're gonna have the patio covered.
If I'm not mistaken, it's 11 feet. No, it's 8. That's 8 feet. The white line is 8 feet. So I think that's 11 feet. And then I have another 9 feet.
If I'm not mistaken, it's 11.
8 feet.
No, it's 8. That's 8 feet. The white line is 8 feet. So I think that's 11 feet. And then another 9 feet. Or no, 8 feet.
Yeah, and like,
So then, will you still do the leaves? Or
oh yeah, I just want like
No, that's fantastic. So then, will you still do the leaves, or will you just you just practice at home?
This won't be the subject.
Yeah.
You'll save
Just throwing one ball.
Right. Yeah, you'll save in the long run.
I've only done
So what development do you like? Rather just invest in your home. So what development do you live in?
right? About 3-4 minutes from here.
Okay. Is that on Fry?
Right? This road here,
529?
just one, yeah, one. This is the home. On the good right now, I have a pad.
Oh, you got a corner, no, you got a cul-de-sac lot?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a better picture. So right now I have a patio, concrete, right. So that's gonna save me, that costs me probably $7,000 to put that concrete down. I'm not gonna waste it. I just need to add another 40 feet to it. And I got a great deal for the building. They really gave me a good price, and that's just the stretches now.
Okay,
So
so it's still going to cost you around 100. Okay, with everything. It's just, okay. Yeah, because I reached out. Okay, so it's still going to cost you around 100 or more. Okay, with everything. Installation, product, build. Yeah, because I reached out to a couple companies that did it all completely by themselves. Insulation, product, build. Yeah,
I don't,
build
you know,
out.
honestly,
And
when I heard the number,
this
I
is
said,
gonna be
okay, I'm a little ways away from this.
Is there some that you had the
When I
space
get
or
there,
were they
I'll
gonna add up?
I don't, honestly, when I heard the number, I said, okay, I'm a little ways away
I don't
from
know what it came with.
but when I get there, I'll reach back out and start doing my research. I didn't do that basis. So I don't know what it came with. I just, from what I gleaned, from what I saw, it looked like it was these all and the, what do you call it? And the
space.
Yeah.
125,000.
So far, what I've done is the two on the sides, and I've just taken it basically straight. So far, what I've done is the two on the sides, and I've just taken it basically straight. So you lower than that. So now, okay. Till then, because I feel like the twos where we set up last time.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want
That
a
is
little lower than that.
No, the 2 is perfect.
Okay. And then do you want the top kind of rounded? Okay, I got you. How are you guys doing in the league?
This line,
Yeah.
all of the we don't care about all of the tasks are handed down. Right, we've done that like every other team. Brand new moment. So all we've done.
Yeah, the leagues where I'm from, you would get modest cash prize, a bowling bag, bowling shoes, and a bowling ball. I mean, you know, it wasn't a Black Widow or anything. Actually, I don't even know if they had limitations on what they could get.
Actually, it was 2 leagues like that.
But they, you know, the one league that I did that was like, actually it was 2 leagues like that I did that had pro shops, you know, in their establishment. And so they, but I think the pro shop was owned by the bowling alley, whereas I think Costco, I guess, has a contractor. I think Gary's just a contractor. So I guess he had like there was one, but then like I were in back home, like a couple of winner would get a ball, a bag, shoes. And I feel like there was one, and then like a modest, like a couple $100.
Like that.
So I don't know if you remember, but I was on Tina's team when we won league 2 years ago.
Now, we didn't know.
Tina's the lady that ran off with the farm. We didn't know. No one knew. Terry didn't. So Bobby, it was me, Bobby, Tina, told me Link, and Bobby called me after Bobby's and told me what he believed to be true. So based on Bobby's account of the situation, Terry was as blindsided by this as everyone. He had no idea.
I didn't think so.
And that might have been when it came on. I don't know, but I just know from when
that might have been when it came out. I don't know.
He doesn't believe.
But I just know from what Bobby tells me.
No. Bobby,
he doesn't believe Terry.
Bobby was a
Bobby's
skinnier older dude with a white
No.
hair.
Bobby was a long, skinnier older dude with the white hair. He used to have a white beard. Now he just has a long white hair.
And he was like, he believes in his heart.
And Terry was pretty close to best friends. And he was like, he believes in his heart that Terry did not know until
Trust me, I feel like
pretty much everybody found out.
if Terry, I feel like if Terry,
And trust me. I feel like if Terry, if Terry knew by the end of the season, they wouldn't have shown up. Right.
Good point.
Yeah, I don't think it would have made sense.
So
that would have been
the
pretty
year,
bad.
supposedly the year we won,
Anyway,
she was
so
already kind of
supposedly the year we won, she was already
I
kind
never asked
of
questions.
dipping
I
into
was
the pot.
I was just thrilled with one.
I never asked questions. I was just thrilled we won. So I was more concerned with the victory as opposed to the payout. And I ended up getting, it was just under $500 for first place. So I don't know if that was the amount I was supposed to get or it wasn't. Because this year we got first place by a long distance. I think second place. Yeah, I want to say we got, I think second place I think second place is like 15, like 17 points behind us. So I know, like I said, the first year I was in the league, I know, like I said, the first year I was in the league, I happened to be with a team. Yeah, I don't know how much I don't know how much we're this year. Yeah, I don't know how much we're supposed to be looking at this year. But last year, I think we finished, feel like we got fifth or something like that. I feel like we got like, that was definitely $200 or $300 per person, but that was definitely when she was dipping into the pot. So I have no idea. Yeah, I don't. So I haven't. I've only. Yeah, I don't. So I haven't. I've only heard recently. Well, I've heard nothing recently about it. So I don't know caught her. I don't know if she's on the run. I don't think they're looking for it yet. But yeah, no, it's, yeah. Apparently our kids were in need of something. Yeah, apparently her kids were in need of something. She felt compelled to do something to help. And I guess she was under the impression that her kids were going to be able to, repay her before the money was due, and she, I guess, ran out of time and they weren't able to get it back. But who knows? Yeah, same. Very good. Very good. I can't put myself in his shoes, but I feel like had my partner, especially with me not, if you were to believe that he was unaware, I would have a hard time showing my face as well, just because of the, assumption, the guilty by association type thing. This is all our brainchild. We just kind of thought it and made it happen. I'm sorry? Myself. Yeah, we're actually about to relocate. Yeah, man, they just raised our rent again on Thursday. Manipulating. So when we signed our lease, it was with a different ownership lease. They did recently, they sold the building 2 years ago. And in 2 years, they've raised our rent 4 times. So they're exploiting our lease in a different way than the original owner was, because they never, we had our agreement, and that's what it was. And this new ownership has found ways to make things different. Original owner. There's this thing called triple net. I don't know how familiar you are with triple net. So with
commercial real estate, they have another category that you're paying for. Parking lot, wastewater sewer, all the stuff that it takes to keep the building looking the way it does from the outside. And so what we just learned was from another property manager that just happens to come here. He said that they can actually add the salary of the property manager into triple. And so that could be what's going on. We don't know. All I know is something different.
Well, just take off right here.
Bring it up a little higher?
No, just clean
just clean that
right.
Yeah,
and also, I like the window big.
I couldn't remember how I was supposed to. I couldn't remember how I was supposed to leave the front alone.
Yeah, let's leave it. Well, let's leave it. Yeah,
clean it up and leave it alone.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir. So we have about a year left. We're gonna stay close to here because I live right on my meetings, so I don't want to make people from certain parts. We gotta figure out. They let our neighbor, there was a med spot right next to it. They let them break their lease. I don't know if it was without penalty or if they had to pay some kind of penalty. I'm guessing they did, but I just want to be sure before we pack up the building. But best case, we go on in 3 months. Worst case, we might have to finish it out. Yeah, no, I won't make you run far.
I live nearby, so I value keeping the same.
Declaring a first stringer, second stringer, and a third stringer, it's like, no way, no way. Hey, now, the transfer portal window in basketball has to change. That's stupid. And it's right in the middle of the tournament. I don't know how that even becomes a decision, AJ. I don't know how that's made that way, you know, because we experienced in the fall with college football playoffs that there was transfer window and guys were getting in, but then we're like, we'll just move it till after. And they're like, spring semester and half game, yada, yada, yada. It's like, well, how come football spring windows in April, something, mid-April, late April, and your guys is half game?
Good.
Oh, yeah.
30 cash, 32 electronic.
I have no idea. I have no idea. There's no decisions made. Speaking of decisions being made, what was Rap being so auspicious about whenever you talked about this votes? What was it like? Did you hear?
What happened?
Expected it the same day.
Oh, Mondays are pretty easy to get. Yeah, Mondays are slower, especially during the school year. I think in the summertime it might be a little more touch and go, but throughout the school year, no, it's you got a pretty good shot of getting the same day appointment on a Monday. But like Thursdays and Fridays are definitely more risky. Are you doing cash? Yeah, cash.
Thanks again, Mr. Shawn.
Yes, sir. Any change?
No, thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll see you Wednesday, man. Yep. Yeah. So he's going to pay $125,000 to add two bowling lanes to his house. That's fantastic. I'm so bad. Finally worked out.
Finally worked out?
Yeah.
Good job.
Yep. A little late.
There's one dynamic kickoff that we currently have. Is because, I don't know if it was Ron Goodell, but somebody in the NFL was like, hey, you're going to have no more kickoffs anymore. So figure the hell out. Like literally, that was like the conversation around it all. And then they get to this new dynamic kickoff, and some teams are like, we're not doing this. 2 lines of scrimmage thing, yada, yada, yada. We're not doing that. And then, well, it's either that or it's nothing at all. And then they're like talking at night, shaking hands, earning up votes. You know, Coach Riz had to earn votes for this kickoff whenever he was that was with the Broncos. He was there at the time with the Saints. It's like, there's a lot of working going on down at these league meetings, and it's a lot of it's like, hey, I'm better for the game, I'm saving the game, this is better for the game. But that touch thing, it feels like it's over. It does. And maybe they'll wait until May to do that, but it feels like, I don't know, more people coming out against this.
I think they don't really have any data to back it up or say the potential injury risk from this thing. But defenders, correct me if I'm not back, I would push like a game on the stats all night.
Yeah, is it just a special teams?
Well, they got texted like CTA at like 11:30. And he's like, I'm finishing up in a little bit. And then I was like, okay, I'm falling asleep, so just call me until I answer, and then I'll, wake up to come and drop you off. He's like, oh, don't worry, I got somebody coming to come with me. I was like, motherfucker, why'd you say that?
I was losing that battle around fucking 11 o'clock. I just saw Roy on the scrimmage.
You did.
There's a lot of Eagles fans that work for them.
Like right now or on your way here?
So
I'm over here.
this morning I went to the arena here, and I'm sitting down, just right on over. And of course, trying to screw the Philadelphia Eagles. So what's up? You guys are Super Bowl champs. Well, you banned touch points because we're better airplane. Is that we're banned touch points? I thought football's supposed to be tough. I thought you guys were supposed to be tough. That's how these Eagles fans literally. Yeah, I assume in the rest of the world as well, Eagles fans are feeling the same way. So we're tougher than you, and you guys want to stop that? Okay. And then, you know, your thought about the thought of potential injury, that's a hilarious argument. Yeah, but when you watch it, you can see
He has a neck injury. Yeah. Why don't you watch any play that ever happened ever in the NFL that there's potential injury risk? Every play. Doesn't matter.
I think another big topic of conversation here is they're paying Jalen Hurts $50 million a year, 51, I think. Jalen Hurts could easily be a quarterback that says, "I'm not doing this. No way." Like, there's a lot of very rich quarterbacks that would never do this, never allow this to happen, because I mean they're eventually setting themselves up to really get at the end. But that is the chance. Like, quarterbacks things are always going to be tough on the quarterback. But let alone whenever there's 600 pounds of pressure being pushed off your ass cheeks while everybody else is doing the opposite. Like, Jalen Hurts saying, "I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it." Now, granted, their offensive line also saying they're cool with it is a whole thing. But like, I think that's something that not every quarterback's willing to be cool with either. You know.
Yeah, not every quarterback squat 900 pounds. And when Jalen Hurts retires, he'll probably have 90 rushing touchdowns to go on his resume. And obviously, it helps the team win too. Obviously, Jalen
I
Hurts.
just stop it. I don't stop it.
We've seen enough to you can't. It's one of those things you just can't stop with the Eagles, and that's their argument. Like, okay, everybody has the same rules. Like, Jalen Hurts isn't the only big, strong quarterback in the league. This isn't the only big physical offensive line in the league. Everyone has the same rules. The Buffalo Bills, they were great at it with Josh Allen for most of the season. I think the Chiefs were probably the only team that consistently.
How's the Bills do it? How do the Bills do it? There's people calling like just regular quarterbacks sneaks touch pushes.
Yeah.
And I think there was people confused about which push was being pushed. Like, I think people thought like offensive linemen's pushes getting pushed by the quarterback is a push. It's like, no, the push that's being pushed, that's currently being talked about, is the quarterback's push getting pushed by a couple different hands of guys that have big pushes. So then it's a big old push on one push that's going into other pushes. I think that is something that also is kind of hard to, like, a regular quarterback sneak is not a push. You know? Yeah. Josh, they did it. Josh did it.
And then usually try to find like one of the guards. They typically go over the guards. Like Hurts will go over the guards. A lot of times he's going right over the snap center. Like Josh Allen goes over a guard one. Like you see right here, one guy pushing him. That's a good strong. So really bad quarterback. I think it definitely starts there. To your point, some quarterbacks, Mahomes hasn't got a quarterback sneaking for like 2-3 years now. So a certain quarterback who just isn't going to do it, aren't going to do it at all. Tom Brady is the best quarterback sneaker of his generation, or multiple generations that he played. So he was innovating himself to win it. Just once he saw the gap and got up, he could do it for 2-3 yards sometimes. So it's going to be interesting to see how this really unfolds. I think when Eagles fans and Eagles kingdom, more importantly, has an argument with the shit.
Brady too, like you said, Brady was something that they were under center every single play. Like the Eagles and the Bills, they're not under center every single play. So there's that like element of surprise. Like on a 4th-and-1, I would feel guaranteed that Brady was going to do sleep. Like if it's there, you can hang it up. Yeah, like with the Eagles, it's guaranteed. Like they're doing this. And I think that's why Brady is so good at it. When it comes to just like stopping in general, the only guy that's consistently good is Peter Brea. So you wonder if like that 464 guy back in Florida, like legitimately becomes a higher pick because of the fact that so many teams are doing just personality. Guys like that will be able to stop them.
Especially if this ends up surviving this rule change thing here, most people are going to want to be able to figure out how to do it. Like, if this survives this owners meeting and it survives May and it's in for next year, the teams will do just like you said with the Chiefs. They had a tight end come in and take it, right? Yeah. Take it down. It's one of them. Yeah, it's like instead of your quarterback getting in the middle of the 600-pound kind of scrum, maybe have somebody else do it. It's like, I wonder how many people are in the, I wonder how many people are in the room talking about that. Okay, so we want beef tackles that end up taking snaps, and they're dealing with two people on their plate. I mean, that's probably the next iteration of this thing, if I had to guess.
Has to be, yeah. And I mean, think about take a step, you're pushing that thing. He's down there.
Exactly.
I don't know how you stop it because defensively, even when guys leave their feet at the second level, you jump over top, like that's useless at the top. It's just when if you don't have three guys in the center and get a complete jump on the snap and try to chop these guys down before they even get underneath you, like the offensive line, you have no chance. It's just not gonna go. That's what the commanders tried to do. And basically the refs have to come out and go, what was it, 4 or 5 guys going sideways, the Chiefs did that, got lined up. But that's what Chris does better. Yeah, that's what Chris does better.
Yeah, I'm happy I don't play defense. Just in general. But Sirianni needs to come out and run that play 50 straight times.
Yeah, no, I won't make it run far. I live nearby, so I value convenience.
And score a touchdown. I think that message will be sent that we're better than you are. Especially against this big pass. I don't know how his offensive line will be able to stand up afterwards, but if they first down, second down, third down, all the way down the field and score a touchdown, I think that message will be sent that we're better than you are. Congrats to the Bills and Christian Benford on his 4-year, $76 million deal. Did we know this thing's a deal was still coming at this stage of the offseason? Legitimately, Bean is out there just cooking over there. You know, we talked to Ted Harris the other day, and he was like, as the salary cap, some teams don't have it. I don't know how that goes, but it's like the Buffalo Bills had to move on from their previous team. All the OGs and all the people, because they couldn't pay everybody, because they just take Josh Allen. They're reaching Josh, and they're still paying everybody over there. Brandon Cooks obviously is to win it. And congratulations to Christian Benford. I don't think I know much about him. He's like 4 years, $76 million. I still think they're moving.
I think they still have something to do with contract costs, which I think
That's going to be scary for the teams, Tom.
Urine.
So many urines.
We talked about, how when Mahomes brought his deal, it was, 10 years, $500 million, and then we kind of find out it was really
Period. That's the point.
matter of fact.
Journalism.
Yeah, it's really 10 years and there were 8 years.
Gaining balance.
What's that, honey?
Gaining balance of
Oh, I thought they. Oh, I,
Also, maybe I don't remember this last time
Yeah, remember, keep seeing down the road. That's the part big stuff they respond to because the teams do entertain with the massive number being, you know, oh yeah, we're better guys. Yeah, we're better guys. We're better guys. And at the end of the day, we're paying $10 million less than I actually really like them. So, believe what's good. Players only want to see what doesn't benefit from them. So I think insiders are okay getting that information and then reporting it. And also, where the transparency comes from, who knows? It's not about being transparent. Did you see what I was doing? That's just Detroit football tactically. Whenever the Detroit Pistons are good, they have a guy that all he does grabs rebounds and he plays. Go back to the bad boy. They'll win it here. Go back to 04-15, 4-1, and now we have this one thing. Just remember, all the things down the ground game. I have fun. I'm going to enjoy this champion. Mentality, what else is going on in the NBA?
That's okay. I love the enthusiasm. Need more of that.
Sometimes in baseball, everything that happens is that you Yankees are cheaters. Is that what everybody talks about? What are some other storylines other than the Yankees are cheating with their wood?
So yeah, every team says I was one of the competition you also Don from 5-0, they continue to kind of just beat the piss out of everybody. And Padres' dads are also undefeated. They swept the Braves break. Supposed to be very good this year. That's a good one. Yeah, sure.
Good old Braves.
Yeah, Teddy cares something about how great it was. And then, unfortunately for you guys, the Pirates. No, I don't know what to call it, bad luck, bad bullpen. They walked off, what, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 3. It's the first time that happened since, 1924. And surprise, that was the 1924 Pirates. And they won the World Series, though. So they did. And it's funny, too. They're asking guys in the locker room, like, hey, how do you respond to that?
Nobody wants to come in.
Yeah, but one of their pitchers basically said, like, I'm not going to respond to something like this happening through my birthday office.
Maybe you have to sign that you said it. Yeah, maybe the baseball's on and say, hey, walked off every game. But obviously, the future of baseball after the Dodgers are having record-breaking conversations, even if it's not. Let's sit down. It's scoring, huh? When 5 goes away, they get 6. It's got to kind of get it.
5 goes away. This one on it is the prettiest. Down is the Buffalo, but just in the front, not really what he knows. Or he knows it setting up in his office up top on a power play. It's like a good, but you can do it down front, get a little dirty, people all the time. He's getting it done any way he can, and it sure feels like he's going to get this done. Was that a major hit? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
George Foster, George Foster, secretary to buy, long time
One thing I've ever successfully had fun maybe they've been a part of the next.
Maybe.
Then I'm
Yeah, they are record.
That's something.
Sorry, second best in the league. Definitely.
I think we
I'm just seeing this Jonathan song.
yeah, we might be able
That's
you see he's in that's running form. So he's in good shape. He's a very great player. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, people say, Shawn is an NFL baby, and obviously when you grow up in the industry, you're going to be good at it. Who cares? Who cares? That's what you're about. Why? All we can do it's putting out a song that is a banger by what you guys are saying. Absolutely hysterical, and then obviously six years around the sports world. 4 number ones are the final 4 in this year's March Madness college basketball tournament, and the SEC will have a national champion contender. Florida takes on Auburn. Taking on Houston. Really, the only team on the ACC that is historically a great basketball team, basketball conference. If they end up winning that in the ACC win the national championship, that'll be the only thing that he talks about. This only teams that have done world things. Favored by 2.5 against a very good Auburn squad. And then Jonathan Sampson, even that Houston team, which is a grind and style basketball team against Duke. Should be an electrifying Final Four on Saturday. Let's go to Bubble Dumpino in the back. Dumpy, good money on Duke. Is that where you're residing, or who are you betting on?
I'm going to take Wesleyan, Florida, Auburn, I like both. So, you used to be able to have the physicality of Duke, but I don't think they'll be able to have some man beat down. Like Duke's bullying. Duke was bullying everybody. Houston had some man beat down, though they can match that. I just don't know if they can beat Duke. I think whoever comes out of Auburn and Florida has a good chance of beating
What's your Washington, Tennessee first half? What do you say?
Looked like they were very tired. Every three-pointer hit the front of the ring. That was untrustworthy. Well, especially after we were there Friday night, that was the best they looked all year in Kentucky on Friday night. And then you can say the same about Alabama. The best they looked all year was against BYU. They go and play Duke, and they can't hit it down. Duke is so good defensively, and they roll forward.
Minnesota State was a good set. It was a good, had good teams, everything, had good games on it, a couple of them were lost. It was a good, I thought it was a good host. I legitimately thought, you know, all eyes are on State. They're in English. I thought they did.
Yes, I think it's shooters. When they're college guys, they can shoot right time. They can't shoot right now. They want to do that.
Drift King Barbershop.
God rest him. And everything they have going on over there for their citizens, for their entertainment, for day to day, for what life is like from what it was just 10, 15 years ago to what it is now. And I think that's good for their society, good for the world. Now, there's a lot of detractors to all of them. You know, there's like, you have to go there and blah, 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 blah. It's like, if we start digging at all those things in all these different countries, and I think we're going to be able to find everywhere there's been mistakes. Obviously bigger like, in some places than others, I guess. But watching their society evolve with WWE and with entertainment and us taking the name of I always the thought of bringing the world together and closer via sports. I enjoy the fact that golf was being utilized as something for Saudi Arabia folks to be interested in more American sports. And I like the thought of sport bringing the world together because ultimately that's what I think sports are about. And if the NFL is entertainment game over there and receives a huge yes, that comes through. And the amount of apostrophes that are being analyzed, I assume all of this up. Was you get the salary cap? Good for you. That's a very real situation. I don't know if I'll sign up for get on the first one. Yeah, just like Connor just said.
I'll go ahead and run that for a second.
That's a good guess. At least maybe you should pull. That's right. I'm going to come down where people are trying to sell me plays, which is hilarious. And it's crazy to me that the brand new ones are so much more expensive. Because if somebody comes up to me and they say they got a brand new one, and I'm saying, this thing's got this thing's never been on board now? I'm like, well, in test, obviously. It's like, I'm not going to have one. It's like, I need my car to be experienced. Okay, I need to experience a Midwestern wind, a Midwestern fall. I need it to go over there towards the northeast whenever, it's about to be winter in that phase. I'd like some hours on my plane. I'd like some hours on it. This is the one you want. So, no. Have the wheels gone down enough yet? Because I've been on a plane where the wheels wouldn't go up. Okay, and that's certainly something. And then I've been on one where the wheels wouldn't go down for like a couple hours. We think we might have to body this thing. It's like, I'm done. Okay. I'm dying today. That's sweet. So I want my bird to have a little experience, just like the Concorde. If I'm hopping on an actual rocket, I'd like that thing to at least take a trip. I got it right. But that's gonna be the thing.
I'm one of those, on the drone, human-sized drone. It's like a one-seater. I get in, I just type my destination, it flies me 20 minutes to my house or something. That's all.
I think we can pick the England for a game.
Nah, I mean, this is more short. Like, hey, I'm in the Thunderdome. I need to go a 25-minute drive from here. Get my little Uber drone where I can order from my phone. Right?
Is that a helicopter? It's 4 choppers that are doing all the work? I don't know. You tell me. All right, we'll wrap it up here. Netflix, Raw, 3 o'clock Eastern, 1 hour and 6 minutes from now. Should be a great time in London. If not, we're back tomorrow. Because our conference of the night, it might change their life.
Sadly, windshield chips turn into windshield credits.
Can't see it.
Oh my God!
how important it is. Yes.
You say big owners, you can afford to give yourself a pass.
Bounce straight up and then bounce out.
Now taxes, total tax expert. Does the taxes start to finish. Check it anytime. This one guys. Now this is taxes.
Celebrity Rachel, all she talks about is 800 swept up.
Anything want to do this?
Wet AMD, I worry I'm losing sight of the reality. But now, I can open up my world with Vabysmo. Vabysmo is the first FDA-approved treatment for people with wet AMD who improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments. So I can do more of what I love. Vabysmo works differently. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke, or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your retinal specialist right away.
Open up your world with Vabysmo.
The #1 prescribed treatment for wet AMD. Ask a retina specialist about Vabysmo.
What do you get when Zaxby's, that iconic chicken joint, applies this delicious, crispy seasoning to shrimp? The collab everyone can wait. The Zaxby's box. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
Open it one more time. All season long on ESPN, exclusive home on F1.
It's the Part 3 contest, and the fun is about to begin. Surrounded by family and friends, it's Wednesday at the Masters.
Center.
Good afternoon. Elise goes on the East Coast. Hello, Radio Sports Center. Shane Burnett and Christine Williamson here with you. Coaches speaking this morning from the NFL's annual meeting for what Mike Tomlin had to say regarding Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers' situation.
Yeah, Jones says Galaxy is not done yet. We're not going to use down that purpose. Good thing, the Bucks are
Tonight, the women's Final Four team for UNC is not to expect them to keep on was the biggest challenge.
And it was fight night in the NBA last night. Reactions from ramifications for the incident in Phoenix.
But leading in with the Steelers, who are still waiting for decisions on Aaron Rodgers. As we know, this has been almost a full-time MVP and recently had a positive meeting at the team facility. Stewart said Coach Mike Tomlin is at the NFL's annual meeting this past week and was asked this morning about Rodgers' visit and how close he was to his teammate. Here it is.
Misogyny and get as far as the internet wise that they have become the most educated demographic barely country, but leaving black men out of their trade means a lot of potential wealth that could go into the black community, go into the black community because maybe included people.
So that's really good. But I don't have any updates with the process. I'm really comfortable with being upset with this time, to be quite honest with you. It's about talent acquisition. Those needs that we fulfill in free agency, we do so there. And when we don't, we fulfill it in the draft. And so I just learned over the years that although, day to day, we can be somewhat uncomfortable. It is a process.
This time I'ma make you mine. Yeah, damn it. Let him do this one. Must be hot where he's
Hands are weak.
Well, my hand hurts.
So look for them on TikTok.
Look for who?
On TikTok. If there's any free samples.
It looks like they're not doing free samples anymore.
That's awesome.
It looks, well,
I know what,
the ones that used to be free,
Yeah.
it looks like now they're doing like refunds. Not refunds, but like I forgot what it said.
You're cute. Get out with your hands up.
One, that, right? I asked my Tom today, how much of your draft plans have you and Aaron Rodgers discussed that it hasn't come up at all? Also, if they wait until the Tuesday after the draft to sign him, then that helps them in terms of compensatory draft picks for next year. So there's a couple of reasons this might still stretch out beyond the draft.
132 over 86, am I dead?
There is support within the competition committee to ban the first choice play. What is the leading
I don't know my heart, so it must be.
Yeah, a lot of conversation with coaches today about the play. You're hearing some of the things that I think are being said behind closed doors about, is it a play that carries a higher injury risk? They don't have enough data yet to support that. But you heard Bills coach Shawn and his team's one of the ones that uses it the most, talk about how they might want to be proactive and not wait until there's a whole bunch of injury data, but get out front on a play that might carry some injury risk. So they're talking about it differently than they have at the last couple of years' annual meetings. And that makes me think that maybe there is a possibility that they vote for a rule that outlaws this. The owners, 24 of the 32 team owners would have to vote in order to enact the rule change, but it does sound like
155 over 82. It's not a little high yet.
For example, as a quarterback,
I'm gonna look it up.
Typically, injuries in the play that they want to get out of the game involve like long sprints and big collisions. Think, kickoffs. Like that's one of the reasons kickoffs have been adjusted because of that. When you get into these short yardage situations, you have that. They're now 6 inches apart.
What did you say it was?
155 over 82. And it says my heart rate is at 74.
What up?
My heart rate's at 74.
74 is good for your heart rate.
It is.
For resting heart rate.
What up, Roy Holio?
Normal is 120 over 80.
Say what?
Nope. Being like you.
Well, one of the barbers, his off days are Monday.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Well, I'm talking about Jaden. Jaden is Monday, Tuesday. Matt is the one that should be. Yeah, he came back. Yeah, he came back. You know, honestly, it's really been some kind of, like, I want to say Thursday, Friday, well, 128. Yeah, I want to say for like 4 days in a row, we had like 10 or 12 plus walk-ins. Yeah, I mean, everybody's on great now. So, yeah. Move on from somebody.
You didn't hear about.
Yeah, I sent you the picture of the dude that called me gay.
I did see that. Like,
he worked here for 3 weeks.
He commented that while he worked here?
No, the day I fired him.
Oh, I thought the day I was like, that's crazy. Why you working?
Yeah, no, he worked here for 3 weeks, and the day I let him go, he hopped on my live and said I was gay. I thought you knew he worked here. That's why I said he was in jail. Yeah, he worked here for 3 weeks.
I thought it was just a random barber. Like, who is this guy? And I went on his Instagram. I saw that like, oh shit, you work with Shawn.
Yeah.
Just win.
Yeah, he was a brief passerby. Yeah, we had him go. He wasn't a good fit.
You thought Matt was putting witchcraft on.
Yeah.
What?
I like legit. He's honest. Like I promise. He's crazy.
So he's not that was putting witchcraft on?
Yes. He was having panic. He was having like fucking episodes in the shop. Like the first week he was different, but he was like normal.
Yeah.
But then like pretty much after that, he was talking to himself loudly, having disagreements with himself loudly. He's talking to no one. He's on his Bluetooth. He's talking to no one. He lost his shit. And when I fired him, I asked him, I said, have you ever talked to anybody about your mental health? Like, I feel like maybe you might need to, get on some kind of medication. And then he started talking about how Matt's putting witchcraft on, and these people have curses on them, and all this weird, crazy shit.
Matt told everybody his own business.
Mind his own goddamn business. He saying shit to nobody. Yeah, he was a I feel bad because I know he's crazy, but he's fucking funny.
I think I was talking to somebody. It looked like he was going like this.
He was talking to
He was going. After the video of him. The same episode.
I wonder what exactly he is crying. Like, when he has a client, is he like, oh, or does he like still talk to him somebody?
He talks about whatever the fuck he wanted to talk about. Like, he carried on about trucks or something. He was talking about trucks with some guy who obviously had no interest in talking about trucks.
Yeah.
Just on and on.
It's a lot, so I need my savings a lot.
And I didn't go into work, so I was, I'm like, man, Monday is pretty dead anyway. So I'm like, man.
Yeah, about that why ain't you at work?
Yeah.
You ain't trying to make money for real?
Man, I'm out just been pretty busy like this. I'm pretty good right now.
Are you playing? You guys are busy, you say?
Yeah.
That's good.
It's we're starting to get more like people walking in like, hey man, ain't the person? Like, yeah man, but it's got a friend and say, yeah, we're good. We told me to come meet. Right, like, yeah.
Where's the shop at?
Right down more than Mason right there.
Oh, right behind the other shop.
Like, I got like 2 people like they walk in or they book with me. The first time like, yeah man, this guy referred me to. I like what he does.
What up, dog?
Yes, sir. You? Good. Good to see you. Good to see you, bud.
I just stop by say what's up. I might stop by with League TVs there. I don't know if he's there now.
I don't know if he takes days off. I don't know. He might.
He usually takes Wednesdays off, doesn't he?
I don't know because he's in my bowling league and he's late half the time. So I don't know what that's all about. But you're right. It probably is Wednesdays. Yeah. See what's up. But everything going good for you though.
Oh yeah.
Good. Would you ever move to Mexico, like to live?
No.
Why not?
Because no. Well, it depends. What part of Mexico?
Merida. Or what was the other one? Ajijic?
Like that's by Jalisco, the Merida is.
Man, by Jalisco, no. If it's by Jalisco, no.
What's wrong with Jalisco?
Man, it's a dangerous area over there.
You say it's what?
Dangerous over there.
Oh, dangerous. I got you.
Yeah. I don't step foot in Mexico at all.
But Jalisco's like a bigger city, right? This is like the little small town.
But man, whenever I went to Mexico, I didn't care what part of Mexico I was. I took everything. I said I ain't taking all this. So, nothing. Just my shirt, my shoes. That's it. That's it.
Well, I wear my watch. That's the only jewelry I got.
Yeah, we're not blingy like you, Roy.
I don't have neck tats, Roy. Not a thing. Appreciate you.
Stop by over there with Lee. I want him to before going over there. Because I go over there, there's no point in going over there if he's not there. Well, me and the other barber I know is there. I'll probably tell him to
All right, buddy.
Bye.
No complaints. Well,
I said he just finished it.
yeah. He worked here for almost a year. I want to say 9 months. We actually had a guy quit on us. I want to say in December, and then he went to a couple other shops, and then he just came back last month. Yeah, I think he's been
No hard
here for-
feelings and nothing.
Nah. I mean, you know, we had a guy here. I want to say he was here last week. Got a haircut. We fired him. We got me. Yeah. But I would say more often than not, when people leave, sometimes they're mad because they can't make money. It's like, the fuck do I got? What I got to do with me? Yeah. So there are times where people leave and they're unhappy because that they're not making any money. But for the most part, most of the people that have left, we're on good terms with. Like the other guy, I don't know if you remember the kid that was in the red chair. Malik, so Roy just said he's gonna go visit him. Yeah, Malik. So him and I bowled together.
He was the head of your dude, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Him and I bowled together. We're still cool. He still pops up. He was just here a couple days ago.
I forgot.
Yeah, and then
A while back, right? A couple months ago.
So him and Roy left within a month of each other. Yeah, they both left around almost a year ago now.
Damn, it's been that long.
Roy left first. Yeah, I want to say Roy left in end of March, and Malik left beginning mid-April.
That's wild. I didn't realize it's been that long.
Yeah. And then Erica, she left in like February. No, she left in January. She left in January.
Erica was the second chair right here, right?
Third chair? Yeah, the third chair. She used to have the pink chair, but she bought the chair from us and went to her own suite, not far from here. But she still comes by. She was actually here a couple weeks ago too. We're actually loosely talking about partnering because our lease is. So we got a year left in our lease. They just raised our rent again just last Thursday.
Really?
Yeah, the med spot just left. early.
Really?
They left
Right
2
next door.
years. Yes, they left 2 years early from their lease. If I'm not mistaken, 3. I think they left with 3 years left in their lease. Nah, I think it was 2 years left. Cause I feel it was 3. Cause they came here 2 years after we got here.
They gotta pay that out, right?
I don't know. That's what.
I
So
don't think they did.
they,
Really?
yeah,
'Cause,
they went and opened up another location.
Gary made it sound like they just left.
Yeah.
Because I asked him, like, what do you have to do?
Yeah. So we'd like to get out of here immediately.
Especially if you're having to pay to break the contract.
Right. But we only got a year left, and we got perfect payment history. So I could see either argument why they would let us go or wouldn't let us go. But they keep raising rent, so it's like I gotta go. And it's like now, like the businesses were never really benefiting us anyway. Like we weren't pulling many eyeballs or foot traffic from any of these businesses were not complimentary to us. So now that there isn't in like the coffee shop, they open and close before we open. Like they close at noon, we don't open till noon a lot of days. So like none of these businesses are benefiting us. So that said, we're gonna try to get out of here as soon as possible. But depending on what if there's gonna be a penalty, then I would just rather finish out the lease, even if they raise our rent a fucking again. I just don't want to fuck with my business credit. So we gotta stick it out, and that's just gonna be that.
Do they give you like any kind of notice, or just say, by the way, it's?
Well, yeah, they sent us an email, and then the following day they sent us the invoice. So they sent us an email Thursday telling us that our lease is going up, literally, and then Friday they sent us the email. So,
And it's effective as of January 1st, so they're gonna.
oh, so there's back.
They'll send us that later.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's bogus. That's bogus.
That's it.
So I didn't read that part. So that makes my emotions turn to anger real quick. I didn't know.
Especially because y'all been here for so long. Still trying to go to the other side of 99?
Well, dude, I mean that's literally twice as much we're paying here.
Oh,
and,
really?
yeah. And I'm just, it's a possibility, but it's unlikely. If we can get into that gas station right here, cruising. Then,
right down here?
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
I didn't know that they had. There's more apartments?
Yeah, there's one. So there attached to cruising is a empty unit. Yeah, and so they said that they're trying to get this restaurant to sign a contract with them. I told them I would follow up with them in two weeks from now. So depending on what they say, otherwise we have this opportunity to go to the warehouse that's right behind across the street. Like so there's a U-Haul, and then across from the U-Haul there's that strip mall. Yeah. Behind the strip mall is a warehouse. There's like 4 rows or so of warehouse. Otherwise, we have this opportunity to go. So we could go there. Warehouse is right behind that strip mall. We would be in the same situation right now, where we're not the most visible from 529. So that's one of the main reasons. But weirdly enough, we would be more visible from 4 rows or so. We would be able to still market on 529. So we could go there, which would kind of suck. Like right now, we wouldn't be exact. We would be in the same place right now where we're not. So if people have to sit there for 10 minutes, how weirdly enough, we would be more visible 529 because we would be able to still market on 529. They're gonna have to look up and see, and I think people would see us more because like right now, if you're going exactly. So and then that and like at 5 o'clock, that fucking thing backs up. So if people have to sit there for 10 minutes or however long it's gonna take them to get through those stoplights, they're gonna look left and right. I mean, of course, they'll be stuck in their phone, but at some point they're gonna have to see. I feel like we would see our sign, so I feel like we'd be pretty okay. I think it's 12. It's half. It's half of what we're paying right now. More than
So that's honestly right now that's in the lead. But if we can get next to that gas station, I at least want to see what the terms and conditions are, because I feel like we would be better.
You got to see what this is.
I think it's 1,200 square feet if I'm remembering right, which more we have.
Well, I mean, it's
nearly as much space as we have. But
well, so I don't
would,
technically know.
So I wouldn't mind
know that the
downsizing.
owner of the gas station owns. So
But
Cruzen
we gotta see
like
what
this big building that has an empty space inside, or like multiple buildings. So I know. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
if that's a franchise or if the owners.
Well, so I don't technically know. I know that the owner of the gas station owns. So Cruzen is like this big building that has an empty space inside or like next to the building. So I don't know if that's a franchise or if the owners of the building are the owners. Like, I don't understand how gas stations work exactly. But I do know that the building that the gas station is in is owned by someone else.
Yeah, we don't know what the gas station brand is, but they, one of your neighbors, he actually was like right maybe 4 houses from
One on the other side of PS.
because you're
One almost the highway.
Okay. This is one of the coming right in front of Lantana.
right. So you're
So
you're like
Yeah.
right before the T, right?
Yeah, we don't know what the gas station brand is, but they
Okay.
one
So
of
he's
your neighbors.
6 houses away.
He actually
But
was
he
like
lives on
right
the T,
maybe
right,
four
like
houses
right in front of the mailboxes.
Because
He was telling me that his wife
was that Holly Heights? Right. So but you're like right before the T, right? Okay. So he's 6 houses away. But he lives on the T, right in front of the mailbox.
So what's gonna be trying to get out of trying to get in or out of the neighborhood in January that they are putting a gas station on Lantana Heights. Right, it's gonna have 2 restaurants, and I think it'll have 3. So what's gonna be a shit show depending on what time of day.
Trying to get in or out of the neighborhood.
Damn,
Then
that's gonna
it'll
be
have-
traffic right there.
Yeah, so not only will it be a gas station, it's going to be a
I talked to the landlord a couple
gonna
years
have
ago,
2
and that was the
restaurants.
plan, although there wasn't a gas station
I
supposed to
think
be.
they'll have 3 interior units.
I didn't see the
So
email. I'm waiting for
I think
somebody
there'll be a restaurant on both ends.
to send it to me because
And then
he just
they'll
told me
have-
about it. He
I
sent
could be
me
wrong. It might only be 2
information
interior units, but I talked to the landlord a couple years ago, and that was the plan. Although there wasn't a gas station supposed to be coming.
When is that supposed to be built?
I didn't see the email. I'm waiting for somebody that lives over there to find the email and send it to me. Because he just told me about it. He sent me the information of the company that sent the email, but he couldn't find it.
Yeah, I never.
She checked it, but apparently it came from the HOA back in a couple years ago.
Letters in mail.
Yeah, I'm sure this is. I don't go to my mail. I couldn't tell you which one is my mail. I know where it is, but I don't even know which one's mine. But yeah, I never check it. She checks the mail whenever she's like, oh, can you check the mail? A couple years.
You can right now.
Yeah, it's about it.
You should remember to
It would only make sense. Especially so. But yeah, so yeah, good luck.
Yeah, that's. I wonder if they're gonna expand. You're probably not.
There be like
Expand that the turn-in right there, so you can have a little more inside.
I mean, it would only make sense, especially, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe they would just move
Because there's like
make there be like 2 entrances into the front side of Lantana, because you can get there through here too, right? Like you can get into Lantana, or is there another entrance? I heard there were 2 entrances to Lantana, because there's like there's like the front side over here. Yeah. So I don't know if that's the entrance. I heard someone say there's 2 ways to get into Lantana.
yeah, further west.
Yeah, and but I feel like maybe instead of making the entrance into that Shawn gas station, Lantana Heights and 529, maybe creating this another entry point.
Exactly, it goes back so
west,
far.
yeah, further west.
Yeah, man,
on
I used to
529.
ride my bike around the neighborhood, and I could have swore
It would make sense.
there's like 2 bridges.
Yeah.
It was always
It's been so many. It's been so long since I rode my
Exactly, it goes back so far.
Yeah, man, I used to ride my bike around the neighborhood. And am I wrong about that? Or 2 bridges? Because like there's like 2 bridges.
Back then. It's been so many. It's been so long since I rode my bike around the neighborhood, but I thought
Yeah,
the
the
front
front
part
part
of
of
used to walk the dog.
the new part.
Am I about the 2 bridges?
Yeah.
I know there's at least
Are
one.
you headed right to work? No. Okay.
Man,
If you have
I'd be lying.
4
if I
minutes to
definitively
So
said.
it's not a big development. I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure there's 2
Yeah, the front part of Lantana to the new part.
bring you to the back end.
Yeah. If you, I don't know if you got, are you headed right to work after that?
No.
Okay. If you have 4 minutes to west, because it's not a big development, but I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure there's
That
two
was when I
bridges
was back there. And there was
that bring you to the back end of the
one bridge, which is
yeah. It's like
turning into instead of turning on a Holly Heights.
yep. That was when I was back there, and there is I could be. I'm pretty sure we would go down on one bridge, which is pretty much instead of turning into Holly. No, instead of turning on the Holly Heights. From Lantana Heights, you just go straight, and then that's the first bridge. And then I don't know. I just know past the water path, and then if you go, I want to say, I guess there's another bridge that can bring you back to the back to the front side of Lantana. Or maybe it would be further west. I don't know. I just know we used to walk the dogs all the time, and then there were times to ride my bike around the development, and I knew there was one bridge I came up and one bridge I came back to.
But they might have just been talking about.
So my guess is there's another way, another entry point to get to Lantana. And I just could have sworn one of my clients that lived over there said so as well. But they've just been talking about that entry point to the apartments. I
don't think there's any way to get from the.
So I know
except for
you
that
turn. I know you
entrance,
can turn into
like on the west side of the west side of the apartment complex. That's the only one I think that you can get in or out of unless you're going on 529.
So I know if you turn, I know you can turn into like right where the main office is on 529, but you can turn into.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that.
Oh, maybe it's
I think it's if you're coming out of the neighborhood. It's right there on the west side of the complex. I don't think anything.
You're probably right.
On the east or the south end. I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. But there is, yeah. So you can get in from 529, or if you turn into Lantana Heights and then you turn, then you can get into.
Yeah, I think
There's nothing south of the neighborhood, right? That's all undeveloped.
Yeah, I think Jasmine Heights. Jasmine Heights. I think that's because we have to get my truck fixed, and I looked over and I was like, how does that not get you to 99?
I never went that way,
but I think it just goes right under 99 or something.
I was like, why do I gotta?
Yeah, you can't from the Jasmine Heights get to 99. I never went that way, but when I looked on the map, it didn't look like there was. I was like, why do I gotta dip in and out of Settlers Village to get to 529? So I feel like there's gotta be a quicker way. But I do think they're gonna extend West Green. Yeah, so I think West Green will eventually go straight through, include Jasmine here.
Oh, I'm sure it's already owned by somebody. They just gotta start.
I wonder. They've had to have tried to buy that.
That's too much.
Open razor right off.
I mean, it's
Oh, I'm sure it's already owned by somebody. They just gotta start construction.
Is that?
That's too much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be
With as much as they're building all this.
I bet it's gonna be a goddamn.
Well, what I heard is the Gill family
incredible.
sold this land for $50 million.
I wonder how much
Well, from what I heard,
the land of Marvin's on, I could have sworn someone said
sold this land for $50 million.
the family was sold
This Marvita land. the land that Marvita's on, I could have sworn someone said it was a $50 million. The family, the kids sold that land for $50 million.
Like the whole, all of Marvita?
But the family
all
owned
Marvita
that.
was owned by Ron Miguel.
Yeah, I guess it was like
Ron Miguel? Don Miguel. Ah, okay.
or whatever.
I always get something. But family owned that.
It's 50 million? Where do I sign?
With the land or whatever.
Honestly, I don't even think they held out for the best price.
Yes, they just said it's 50 million. What's up? It's 2,500. Do you want me out of it? When do I gotta be gone? Even if you sold them. It really is because it's 2,500 homes. So if you do 2,500 homes, even if you sold them on the cheap end, 2,500. That's 800. That's 350. Yes, they sold it for 50. They sold it for 50. That's 8. So even if you every home was and $75 million. That's yes. They sold for 50 million. So even if you every home was on the low end, that's a hell of a. I hope they got more than 50 million.
I can see them doing like land.
Right. Yeah, from what I
especially because you got to figure that the tenant would be people don't have their own apartment complex.
yes.
First deal, and then
Right.
whatever.
50 million sales.
That had to be the shit. First deal, and they were tired of dealing.
Right.
Whatever.
Sounds good.
Right. 50 million sales.
They saw a couple of zeros. Yeah, we signed it on. Weather sucked, but I guess
Everything else been okay with it?
yeah, we're down to the opposite. Weather sucked, but I guess realized I got to so my buddy has a boat. Didn't realize I got his boat Sunday. Woke up Sunday morning and
There's a lot.
if y'all go to the other I guess the you look small one store city. What are you talking about? If y'all go to the other
So I don't.
what are you talking about? The square footage.
So
I
I
would
would
not.
I don't
What we currently
need
have.
a space
We
this
already
big.
have. Everybody has a generous
Honestly, so not for what we currently have, because we already have space. Everybody has a generous amount. So we can like no shop is giving their barbers as much space as we're giving them. So we could downsize and still have the same amount of chairs. To a degree, like we have our space is 1,750.
Probably.
So we lose the 500 square feet. All we would really
It would only literally end up being like 20,
probably
maybe not 20 feet, probably 10 feet back there.
it would only literally end up being
We
like
have way
20 feet or bigger than we need to be. Maybe not 20 feet, probably 10 feet back there. I mean, we have way bigger. We are bigger than we need to be. We would still be able to fit comfortably 10 barbers if we wanted to be that big. But we'll definitely still make room for our barber supply. We won't have need for the snacks because the gas station will be attached to us. Assuming that's where we go. If we go to the warehouse district, we'll have. Do you remember how much space it was? Was it 200 square feet? 23? Yeah.
Most of that was the
Right. Yeah. So we go to the warehouse district. We'll have air conditioned office side with 2 floors, and then we'll have a garage, which I can store my boat in. I know what it's called. Floats. Yeah, I bought a boat just in. I don't know what it's called, but it's floats. That's all I know. Got an inboard. It's called a deck. I'm sorry, I almost said a deck. What's that called? Not yet. I forgot what it's called. I think it's a board. You say a board boat? Deck boat. Deck boat. Yeah, it's called I think it's called a deck boat. Does that make any sense? But to me, it doesn't look like it's 10 passengers. So I can't understand how it's to me, it doesn't look like a very big boat. So I can't understand how it's a 10 passenger because it's got a couch. Well, it's 2 bench. I mean, it should be a couch. Well, the bench, whatever. I mean, the shape of the couch.
Well, yeah, they have the two captain's chairs, or the chairs, and then it's got like a little.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it has the two captain's chairs, or the chairs, and then it's got like a little couch looking thing.
Behind the captain's chairs is
Okay, I guess I forgot. I can show you. It's nothing.
Well, hey, I thought I got it.
I bought it.
I don't know why.
Well, hey, I thought I got it today. It was being sold for $5,000. I don't know why I didn't think of this because I feel like I would have rather just bought jet skis. But she just mentioned jet skis a couple days ago, and so I'd probably rather have those. So I'm gonna probably get. I'm actually mad I didn't think about that until she said something.
Right now it's
probably
like
in the jet skis right now.
Where are you storing it at right now?
Right now it's at U-Haul right here behind us. But if we get into that unit, then it's probably store.
And then so that's more space in after the cost?
Literally. Yeah, it's pretty low.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello.
How you doing? Can you just find his name? Can you just find his name?
Yeah, don't worry about that. Just his name. Give me the number.
We have Gatorade if you wanna. That'll help. I don't.
We have Gatorade if you want to. That'll help. I don't.
They're in that little refrigerator back by the partition.
They're in that little refrigerator back by the partitions. It's the refrigerator closest to.
Did you see that fight in basketball?
So I think they were just.
So I think they were just. It was just a lot of things.
It was like two coaches.
Yeah. Kind of. They 7 people spoke to.
I saw the highlight pop up.
Well, it was still just pushing the shove like nobody swung.
Well, it was still just pushing the shove like nobody swung.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's still.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It only kicks the push and shove. It goes to the
Yeah. From the highlight I saw, there was like actually.
Yes. From the highlight I saw, there was just a bunch of grabbing, pushing. What do you think about trying to swing each other? What do you think about have you heard the Yankee scandal?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I don't know. It's they're either up to something or they just it's a hell of a coincidence. It makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, that's great.
Right. It's gonna pop off the bat better. So apparently 4 teams total that are doing it. The Yankees are just the ones that are exploiting it the most.
Yeah. see how it plays out.
Yeah.
Like long term, we'll see how it plays out. Like long term, I mean, the physics behind it makes sense. And that's it's just. I don't know if it was just. Yeah, and that's. I don't know if it was just coincidence of the way that they started the season.
So it's not. So it's not. It's not. Yeah, there's no rule, and there are other teams doing it. Like the Yankees aren't the only ones doing it. The guy that put the Yankees on to doing it works for the Marlins. They're not having any luck. Yeah. No, it's legal. Yeah, no, it's legal. And apparently they've been doing it since I think 2006. Not the Yankees. Just
have been
players
doing it
in
since
baseball
2006.
have been doing it since 2006. It's perfectly legal. It's just the Yankees are having success.
It's a rule. They just are the only ones that are taking.
They just are the only ones that are.
They're the only ones that are having any success.
They're the only ones that are having any success.
So I would say no, it's not cheap.
Well, I would say no, it's not cheap. Especially when
There's 4 other teams.
Well, there's 4 other teams. Well, there are 4 players on
doing it.
Different teams that are doing it.
Per the report that I heard this morning.
Per the report that I heard this morning on the McAfee show. So I would say no. So I would say no. That's not.
It's not base deal. That's not beating.
That's not base deal. That's not beating on trash cans. That's not wearing body. That's not wearing microphones. Those resources were explicitly in the rule book that you cannot steal. You cannot use technology to steal signals. I was just in town last week, and before she got here, I asked her to buy me some like Minnesota type fan stuff. So I was like, you know, baseball, basketball, just no football. I'm not a Viking fan at all. So like the Gophers, Timberwolves, the Lynx, the Twins. So she sends me a picture of all the stuff she got me. And one of them was a creator. I was like, take that back. Take that back. She's like, oh, the guy told me that he's really good and he used to play for the Astros. I said, that's the point. I don't like the Astros. Take that back. It was alright. It was actually, it went better than anxiety. Yeah, a little anxiety. At least for me, I guess we haven't even talked about it. For me, it was not as bad as it used to be. Monday afternoon through Thursday morning. Because my off days are Yes, I got golf tonight. I golf Monday nights. I bowl Wednesday nights. I'm actually gonna probably go golfing on an actual course Wednesday afternoon. Yeah, they got this place called Melrose, and it's $8 for a round and a golf cart Monday through Thursday. I think from 11 a.m. until like 4. Pretty cheap. So I'm gonna go check that out. I think I am. I don't think anyone's gonna look at me, so I don't know how much money I have. So I'm gonna transport myself. Then I roll that night, so I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm trying.
Have you been out to
Not a real one. I think. You say that's of course. I trust Yeah. I mean, it'll be quicker than me with somebody. But yeah, I think I'm gonna give it. Yeah. Back to the Astros. As soon as Altuve retires or leaves, gets traded, I'll be an Astros fan. Until that happens. Sorry, I don't like the guys.
You will see if Cam Smith they picked up with the Tucker trade.
Is that the young guy?
Yeah, he's like 21, 22 or something.
Is he the one? Is he gonna play like 32 springs? Minor league games? And they're like, he's our guy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
The new regime, no problem. What is he? Shortstop or? Oh, he's outfielder. Okay. Okay.
Which is weird too. I don't know where they put out
Yeah. Oh, they put him in left. I thought they put him in right. Wow.
Okay. It's like chicken percent. And statistically, he's just number 2 second baseman in the AL.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you would move him to the outfield.
I feel like that's one of the things about baseball I don't like at all. Is like they're so heavy on the analytics, and I mean it must be working. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I feel like it's such a simple game: see ball, hit ball, catch ball, throw one her out, don't let nobody score. Like that's the fundamentals. But like all this extra chess stuff they're adding to the game, I'm like, man, all right, now you got it.
It has gotten way.
Yeah, it's middle relievers. Yeah. And I get like the whole in tight situations, if you have a left-handed batter, you want, like exactly. I get that aspect of it, but like, what are we doing with all these guys with pitch counts? I get that you want to you want to take your prized possessions, you want to treat them, and you want to gift wrap them. I get that, but like, there's just so many moves that are happening, and I'm like, man, this is not necessary.
It's also wrong.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm happy for people getting their money.
Yeah, me too. It's just funny though, 'cause it's like, that's your salary. Plus the other endorsements and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish. So 2 things I want for baseball is a salary cap, which means they would have a salary floor. I don't necessarily want the cap, but you can't have a floor without the cap. So therefore, if they're forcing teams to be competitive or at least spend a certain amount of money, you wouldn't have the things that are going on in Oakland or all these Miami. These teams that just aren't trying and they're not incentivized to do so. And then I feel like baseball would be more popular if they embraced celebration and individuality. I feel like that is the reason that like young people aren't watching baseball, because it's boring. Like if you are a casual, because like I think people think that like football fans know football, they don't. Yeah. They think basketball fans know basketball, they don't. They like seeing dunks, they like seeing dudes get their heads knocked off their shoulders, right? So I think baseball snobs need to take a step back and allow guys like Yasiel Puig or you name that weirdo that wants to celebrate a double. And you know what I'm saying, or pimp a whatever. Like, let them do that. Yeah, let them celebrate, let them dance. Stop protecting these unwritten rules of baseball. You're not draws people to you. Exactly. You're not selling baseball to baseball purists. They're gonna love the game regardless. You need to sell it to people that don't get the game and just want to be excited. They need to let these have these weird old personalities. I feel like fan engagement will be much higher because it's been some like Dominican and like foreign-born players that have like really, really wild personalities, but it's really only a handful of them, and then they pretty much legislate that stuff out of baseball. And I feel like if they just embrace like the individuality and stop being so snobbish, I feel like baseball, I don't think it's gonna ever overtake baseball, but I feel like basketball isn't far enough away for it to catch basketball. Well, I mean, they need, I guess so. They just need to allow players to do it. Yeah, they need to allow fans to have a reason, because it's 162 games. Why am I watching that? Especially if I'm not a baseball purist, if I didn't grow up playing baseball, or if I like it's a lot of people that have never played hockey that love hockey because hockey is exciting. Yeah, 9 times out of 10 there's going to be a fight, and if not a fight, there's going to at least be some really like crazy contact where it's going to make people And because that doesn't happen in baseball, you might get hit by a pitch, but that's not as dramatic unless you encourage fighting. If you encourage people to charge the mound, then it's like, okay, fine. But I think that's a little more dangerous because you can really get hurt by getting hit by a baseball when you're not prepared to, let alone, getting into a fist fight without pads. Like in hockey, they got pads on. But I feel like in baseball, they need to encourage individualism. And like a lot of these Latin-born players, they already come with that. But when they get here,
They get suppressed out.
yeah. Well, this is how we do it in this country. It's like, shut your... People are dumb. So the salary cap, which means they get a salary for, and then encourage individuality. People love Manny. They love Yasiel Puig. They love guys that they can get a little bit of their personality. Yeah, exactly. I can't, man. What you remember that one pitcher that every time he had a strikeout, I want to say his name was Johnny something. He'd do like
Cueto?
that, huh?
Cueto? Johnny Cueto?
Is he the one that every time he had a strikeout, he'd do this? He'd like do some kind of. Is he a dark-skinned, like, Dominican guy with dreads? Yeah, okay. And then he had, like, a weird, like, hitch before. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's why I can't remember his name.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Never seen you before in my life, man. What you doing here, man? How you doing, buddy?
How's it going?
Doing well. Good to see you, man. Get right with you. See you here for your annual haircut. Oh. Thank you, buddy. Have a good weekend, man. Good to see you. Yeah, if you stumble upon that email,
I'll go on the website and see, because I don't know. I haven't hardly probably gotten 2 mails from them since I've lived there.
Yeah.
It's always the damn letters in the mail.
Yeah.
And then I go on the website and log into the account or whatever. I'll see if I can find it on the account.
that would be helpful, because if I can get information on what's available over there, it's a good chance. Well, if it's in my price range, we can end up there instead of the. So, yeah, let me know.
Yes, sir.
All right, bud. Thank you, bud.
Yes, sir.
We want to take a real quick drop. Let me know. All right, bud. Thank you, bud.
What's going on?
Yeah. Is it harder or easier than you thought it would be?
Both.
Yeah. I'm sure there are things that you didn't anticipate being an issue, and then there are things that you probably thought were issues that just never became issues.
Right.
You didn't anticipate being an issue, and there are things that you probably had an issue with have cattle, and
It was more of an issue than it actually is, right?
yeah. I'm sure everybody was spooked up by that Chevron story. Okay. What do you have me do this?
I gotta get it cut shorter. Maybe. So I wanted to leave it kind of long.
Okay.
But I'd like to give the clean everything up and maybe take a few inches off. Maybe take a few inches off the back or whatever and off the top. And then I'd like it quite a bit shorter on the sides.
Okay.
So because I don't like covering my ears too much.
Are you? It sounds in a way like you're describing a mullet.
Almost a mullet, but not really, because I don't want it. Yes, probably a mullet, a short mullet.
A short mullet. Okay. So then, here, let me.
But I don't want the sides to be like
bald.
Yeah, I don't want it to be bald or anything like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure. Hold this mirror. And then tell me how much we're talking about in the back. I'm gonna use my comb. Okay. Okay, so stop me when you find the length you want the where I should.
Right about there.
Okay, so all right, you got it. So this is basically. I got it. Come on. I'm gonna ride. Family, everything else been good for you?
Yeah. So I don't think I've seen you since like December 2023 or maybe really early.
Early, it was, I want to say it was February. I looked. I was like, his name sounds familiar. I know this guy. Obviously, I know you, but I'm just like, there's some clients like I talk to, and some clients kind of chit chat with. So I was like, I feel like I've had a conversation with this guy. So I looked it up, and it said February of 24 was the last time you were here.
Alright, so almost immediately after I seen you last, I went and got that truck right there.
Okay. It's a beauty.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful truck. But I needed to be able to move equipment, trailers, you know, all the other stuff that's over the property.
Right.
About a week after that, I got a call from my mom freaking out about my sister leaving our home state and moving cross country to a little town of Central Texas.
Okay.
Right outside of Waco. And Cox had her kids. And
Okay.
yeah. So like we took the kids in immediately. My sister was like admitted to a hospital for a couple of months. Like a mental health issue. And then so we've had the kids living with me, so we went from 3 kids to 5 kids. And then
Thank God you got all the space in the world.
yeah, my nephew and my niece are 15 and 11 right now. Well, they were 14 and 10, but they're 15 and 11 now. But yeah, it's been quite an adjustment from 3 to 5 kids. We're planning on having them permanent rates.
Okay. Now, what about your sister? How is she? Is she showing any signs of improvement, or is it just going to take time?
Mentally, I think she's probably improved a little bit, but I think that she's having an issue with decision making.
Yeah. How old is she? Probably in her late 30s.
She's 32, 33.
Oh, early. Okay.
Yeah, early 30s. She's still old enough to
Right.
Yeah,
but I feel like the barrier of mental illness is something you really gotta experience, understand.
Yeah.
We had a barber briefly. I don't know, 3 weeks ago we let him go. He was only here for 3 weeks, and he was absolutely out of his mind. And I could not grasp how far off the reservation he was until, because like he was doing really good for the first week. He was weird, but I was like, you know what? I'm weird. You know, like just because I don't have a monopoly on what kind of weird you can be. So I was like, I'll let this go. But then, man, it got to a point where we could not let it go. And it only took 2 weeks for him to start to kind of really take form into who he really was, and it was a tough few days around here, but we ended up having to move around from it. And I gave him a little more time than I should have, because I thought like maybe he just ran out of medication and he's gonna get back on it and he'll be good, and it just didn't work that way.
My sister had meds, and then
You said she had what?
she had meds.
Okay.
Yeah, so after she was admitted or whatever, their deal was that she would continue with medication treatment if she was released.
Right.
The first thing that she did was throw all the medicine away. Yeah, she was like, I don't like the way that it makes me feel. I'm like, you feel like a normal person. Yeah, so she did that, and then...
Is she the only one in the family that deals with that, or are there others?
Yeah, we all have our own mental health issues, right?
Right.
But she's the only one that deals with things at that level. She's also the only one that is consistently dependent on others to provide for her.
Yeah.
She likes to preach about being a strong, independent woman, but she also is not a strong, independent woman.
Only entitled.
Right. I feel like my wife would be a strong, independent woman. She doesn't need me for anything.
Yeah.
But my sister, like, just needs a lot of handouts from a lot of people. She had 15 jobs in the first 2 months she was in Texas.
Where is she from? Where are you guys from? Like the Northeast, right? Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
And is all your family here now?
No.
Just back there?
Yeah. My sister, one of her friends, like they didn't actually meet in person for the couple of years that they'd known each other. They hung out once.
Yeah.
But they talked on the phone, or they messaged on the phone a lot. And that friend and the friend's boyfriend and one other person died from a drug overdose. So my sister was like, all 3 of them laced with fentanyl, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So like, in addition to like the mental health stuff, it's also
some trauma.
It was trauma and drug abuse and everything else like that. Yeah. Again, it goes back to the decision making, right?
Right. Yes. Clearly.
So yeah, when that friend died, she'd been evicted from the house and like freeloading with somebody. Yeah. And staying at their house for free for like a few months. And then she's like, I can't do this here in New Hampshire anymore. Rent's too expensive. Not that she's been paying rent.
I was about to say, how would you know?
Yeah. And then she's like, I just need a fresh start. So she put in some job applications, accepted for a role in Central Texas, and then when she got here, the job dried up because the company that she was leaving in New Hampshire was the same company that was in Texas, but she hadn't requested a transfer. So when she left New Hampshire, she was put on the not rehireable list.
She was burning bridges.
Yeah, so she really messed that up. And then, yeah, I don't know. Just had a lot of those same issues. And like when she got out of the hospital, she came from Waco over to Houston. It's like, what should I do? It's like, probably find a place to go stay.
Right.
She's like, well, I only got a few $1,000. I said, well, use whatever money you have to find a place to stay and get some food. So you find the job that you're looking for, and then she accepted a few jobs and worked at each one of them for a shift.
Does she have any kind of training, specialized training, or is she just an entry-level employee at whatever?
She's got her cosmetology license.
Really?
Yeah, she's a stylist, but she.
What company? If you don't want to divulge,
She was working at Ulta.
Okay.
Yeah, she was doing hair, makeup, and all that jazz. Anyway, she hasn't been able to get back on her feet. The first day that she got out of the mental hospital, she met a guy at a hotel that she decided to go and stay at, and they've been in a relationship since that first day. But he's married.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like, left,
He's
out
gonna
of
leave her though. He's gonna leave her.
Right. One of these days, leave your wife. One of these days.
She's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they did live together, and then he apparently he went and took the money that they were making, which he doesn't have an actual job. He just works as a traveling mechanic, and he collects his VA benefits. But supposedly he's got an issue with ice, with crystal.
God damn.
Yeah, so he blew all of that, and then they were recently evicted from their place that they got down in Fulshire.
So they're okay. I thought Waco was far from here.
No, they got a place in Fulshire. Waco is far from here.
Okay.
She got out of the mental hospital and moved over to the Houston area because I have kids.
Yeah.
And then she wasn't able to get kids. She wanted to get kids, and then CPS was like, "Hey, that's not a good idea." Or DFPS, yeah. And then we all had a conversation with her, and she was like, "Hey, what do kids want? Maybe that's the best direction to go." And the kids said, "Yeah, we don't want to go back with her, period." So, yeah, it's kind of a weird experience.
And this has pretty much been the whole last year?
Yeah, literally since March 4th or 5th.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's terrible. Love it.
I love how he started that story off with, "I got a new truck."
Yeah.
It all happened at the same time. 2 weeks after I got the truck, a week after I got the truck, that happened, and then 2 weeks later, I was informed that my position was eliminated as work.
What?
Yeah,
you skipped that part.
I went to go and put the kids on my insurance. And they said, "Hey, yeah, maybe that's not a good idea right now." And I was like, "Why?" And they're like, "At the end of the month, we're eliminating the position, giving you severance." And I was like, "You gotta be kidding me." So they gave me the severance, which was more than enough to carry me over, because the same day that I was told that, I had a friend from a previous job that I'd worked with say send me a resume.
Yeah.
And I was hired almost immediately.
Okay, so
there's no real gap in employment or anything.
Yeah. It's still though just to have your routine and your comfort level kind of rattled. I can see that being, especially adding 100% of your, 75% of your family responsibilities increased.
Yep.
With 2 more mouths. That's incredible. Now it makes sense why you mentioned the truck. I get it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
We got a massive payment that came up, and then got 2 more kids, and then we had a job change where I took less money, but for consistent employment. Then get the kids on the insurance, and the insurance happened to be cheaper than my previous company, so I guess it's more of a wash than anything.
So then, so I was under the impression that you were somehow able to draw some income from the farm. You do, okay. But it's just not enough to sustain the life that you're trying to live.
Not yet.
Set up for your kids.
But because I'm busy with work now, and it's a completely different job, I can't focus as much on fixing traveling as I want to.
Right. Well, luckily you own it, so it's not like you got a deadline. Although you probably have a deadline, in your head.
comes with certain.
I did. It was causing quite a bit of anxiety. A few weeks ago, I was having a conversation with my wife, and I was just like, maybe we're just in that phase of life where like there's so much going on that we kind of go more with the flow than we do try to change the course of the river that is life, you know.
Yeah. I'm not a religious person, but I've heard the saying a lot of times in my life where man makes the plan, God laughs.
Yeah.
Just kind of, you're not on your timetable all the time. Sometimes you are if you're fortunate, but a lot of times it's really beyond you. You just gotta be prepared to live life and take the highs and lows.
We definitely just been figuring it out.
Has it caused, I know it's caused stress between you two, but has it like started any kind of a rift, or are you guys as strong as you've ever been? Because this is the type of stuff that can like...
Well, every little thing that was happening, I think it came to a point in January. My wife and I were talking about neither of us can live with everything that's going on and live with each other and not feel like we're both doing 100%. Because the kids still go to KDISD and I still end up driving, 2 hours round trip to go do after school pickups or before school drop-offs. It's been quite a bit, and she said, hey, let's get a separation, or, I'm going to leave. And I said, like, what's going on? And it's just too much, you refuse to go see somebody about your anger issues or your frustration, and I feel like you're constantly attacking and taking things out on me.
Yeah.
And I was like, I've never raised my hand once in my life.
Yeah.
She's like, no, it's not that. It's like you're irritable when you come home, or you snap instead of, like, it's the tone, it's the interactions that we have. Even when the situation doesn't call for it, you just seem to constantly be 1 degree below boiling. And I was like, oh, I mean, that's true. But maybe if you want to go, then maybe that'll give us both some time to be able to really reevaluate and figure out what we want to do.
Yeah.
And she's like, you really want me to go? And I was like, no, I don't want you to go. But she's like, hey, you're not seeing it, you're not talking to a psych. I was like, well, I'm talking to a psychiatrist. I've got the appointment scheduled for next week. She's like, you didn't even tell me? I was like, I think that was a big deal. She's like, you could have opened with that, and then like we wouldn't have even gone down this deep dark hole.
Right. So now that she's even like hinted that was her resolution, has that been something you guys can recover from, or how are you guys chugging along right now?
Yeah, I think that I was having a conversation with somebody, and I've listened to a lot of podcasts. One of the ideas about successful couples, right, is the willingness to reconcile with your partner.
Yeah.
So no matter how bad things get or how frustrated we get with one another, like I don't want a different partner. I don't want anybody else to go through the shit with me.
Yeah.
So all the shared history that she and I have, and even if we didn't have shared history, it's like we have enough, like we care about each other enough that we don't want to go with anybody else. We don't actually want to be alone, but the being alone aspect of things is probably more related to having giving ourselves the insight into what the other person really does. Like being more effective. Like she doesn't want to get a divorce, and I don't want to get a divorce. But being separated is probably, it gives the other one some perspective. And my job requires a little bit of travel. And so recently she said nothing but insight into how it is to live without me. And she's like, no, you need to be home. Yeah, we need to figure this stuff out. You're doing too much. I was like, oh, thanks, I feel appreciated now.
Right.
You do need. Okay.
Yeah. But I went and talked to that psych, and the psych was like, well, I'm going to test you for bipolar disorder because you're describing emotional issues.
Yeah. So it was a psychiatrist or psychologist?
Psychiatrist, medicine.
Psychiatrist. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I left it back a little longer, just in case. And I can always trim it down. But is that a good length, or should I cut it down a little bit more?
As long as my hair's not going to be coming all over my ears, I think that I'll be fine for the most part. I think this is going to be fine right here.
Yeah. Cool, man.
Yeah.
And then, am I doing the beard?
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
I just need it trimmed up, edged up, or whatever, you know.
So just line it, don't knock it down?
If you want to knock it down, you're probably going to be better at it.
Yeah. I can imagine this is problematic, right?
It is.
I want to make sure how much.
Yeah, I just typically go to my upper lip or whatever. And
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You know, it's interesting because I've had. So my mom was just in town. Sometimes my conversations bleed into the other. So I'm pretty sure I must have just told my last client that my mom was in town. We don't have the best relationship. It's a work in progress, but I wasn't excited for her to come when she just got here, but it turned out better than I thought it would. So there's that. My mom was telling me about my niece, and she's got. So my mom's husband is the grandfather of my niece. And his side of the family has a ton of mental illness cases. In addition to my niece, 2 of the 4 sides of her lineage. And so I can't remember if they think she's bipolar. I think they do. I think it is bipolar. And she's already like doing self-harm type things. I also just met a young lady, I want to say she's in her early 30s. She also, I guess it's been 2 weeks now, she came in and she was telling me how she was also bipolar, and she's been diagnosed for a while, but she only recently got really, I guess, too far off her meds, and she was starting to do self-harming type things. Like, man, this mental health stuff is kind of unavoidable these days. I'm running into more and more people, and now it's even in my family. And it's one of those things where I think more people are battling with this type of stuff than we give it any credit for. And it's sad because I feel like there's such a, maybe not a solvable solution, but it's a maintainable solution. Her and I, for the last 6 years, 5 of the years, we would go downtown, we would cut hair for the homeless. And in my experience, these homeless people that I was working with, they weren't homeless because they couldn't find jobs. They were homeless because they were underserved from a mental health perspective. And the narrative or the attitude about those people is really disturbing when if you've never worked purposely with homeless people, you realize they're regular people. They just haven't gotten the mental attention that they needed, or they haven't been in a situation where they had infrastructure to foster healthy habits, like getting regular. Like, you can say, hey, I'm gonna prescribe you this drug, and then I'm gonna say, let's meet once a month or once, whatever that period is. But if they're not in a situation where someone can help keep them on track, they will do what your sister did, throw the meds away, and say, that shit makes me feel weird. You know what I mean? Well, it's like, right, it makes you feel weird, but when you're not on it, you make me feel weird, right? And I feel like if we did a better job in this country with, managing the conversation around mental health disorders, I feel like there'd be less homeless people. I feel like there's definitely a financial aspect to that, but I feel like we'd have way more working members of society. Absolutely. Because like I said, like some of these people that I work with, they were homeless by choice
but they weren't crazy by choice. And I feel like if they were able to get some more mental health services, they would then not think that sleeping on the street isn't so bad, or sleeping with rats and roaches isn't so bad. And it's a shame. And I'm glad that you are able to recognize and be, I don't even know what the word is, but like it's awesome to know that you're dealing with that stuff head on and taking accountability for, you know, your family and because I'm sure that if not, at least one of your kids is probably gonna deal with this as well. Does your wife's side of the family have anything going on mentally?
Well, my sister has been diagnosed bipolar. I eliminated that as being a possibility for me.
Yeah.
So my issues have been stemming from severe ADHD, apparently. And my productivity was impacted, right, with all the different things going on and not being able to get
Work
anything
productivity
done.
or home productivity or both?
Yes, both.
Both, yeah.
Yeah, so like there was like a snowballing effect that was actually happening.
Yeah.
And when the snowballing effect happened, everything drops off. My mood changes. Everything else is happening, and it all stems from being, you know, untreated, and then
Right, not knowing what the issue actually is.
and then
Probably get more frustrated at yourself and your wife. And, you know,
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like my wife is like, "Why are you so angry?" I'm like, "I'm not angry at anybody. I'm frustrated with myself and everything that's going on, but like I'm not upset with anybody else." She's like, "Well, nobody else realizes that."
Right. Yeah.
My wife last May finished up with a master's in behavioral analysis.
Okay.
And she got
telling you without telling.
Yeah, she's got like she's like a board certified behavioral analyst, and she's got a whole bunch of credentials and stuff now. And anyway, she was like, "Hey, I think that you have some issues, and I don't want to say exactly what they are because I'm not a psychiatrist.
Right.
But you probably should talk to a psych." And she had said it numerous times over the last several years, but I only really took her seriously starting at, you know, like right after Christmas. And yeah, so I went and diagnosed with ADHD, and then went and got the meds, and then next thing I know, all of my backlog of things is getting done. My projects are now being finished. I went to go and cut the grass, and I was like, "Oh, my lawnmower's not starting. Why is it not starting? I'll replace the PTO switch. I'll replace the PTO clutch, and then I'll see if anything is jammed up."
Do you want anything done underneath in that, or do you leave that part kind of?
I'm typically like, I'll clean it up. It's not that bad.
You sure? I mean,
It's not big.
okay. Do you do it with a razor or your trimmers?
With my trimmers.
Yeah. You do it with the trimmers, Mom. If you do it with a razor, then. Yeah. So your lawnmower.
Yeah. So I replaced some stuff, and then it was like, realized that I wasn't approaching life from the same way that I do with my work, which is like, from a project management standpoint, I break everything down into smaller parts, and then figure out how long each one's going to take, how much it's going to cost, and everything, and then figure out where risks to schedule are going to come up, and I do everything that I can to be able to finish the project, right?
Right.
And I wasn't doing that, and went out and took a look at one of my zero turns, and I was like, all right, well, this has got to get fixed. Let me fix this one. And at the same time, I started on the second and parts and getting it all fixed up. I moved on to the other zero turn, then the push mower, then the tractor, and then next thing I know, I've got 50 different things done around the house, and it's lunchtime, and I'm like, what the hell's happening?
Right. I'm Superman. I didn't even realize it. So. Has that then bled into your personal affairs as well? Like, are you now applying that same diligence? Now that you diagnosed that, like, you weren't applying the skills that you've accumulated just as a guy that's working in this, because you're a project manager, or trained at least in that. Have you now applied that to your personal life?
Yeah, in a sense, right? Like what I do is I take the things that are going on in my life and then try to break them down into smaller, manageable pieces, but also recognizing which like as a project manager, you don't always have influence over everything that happens in your project. You don't get to delegate or anything like that. You basically just ask people who have bandwidth to be able to contribute to your project, to be able to accomplish the goal. So I do a lot of influencing at home. I do have the authority. That's the difference.
Right.
At home, I have the authority to be able to go and tell people to do stuff, but now it's like, hey, go and do this, go and do that, and then I pick up the slack wherever I see it. So yeah, it's a little bit different, but I guess it's similar enough.
So then, that said, everything's trending better. And the new kids are happy. How are your kids adjusting to both the change for you and having new siblings?
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. No worries.
They're taking it perfectly fine.
Yeah.
For the first couple of months, we had some growing pains about figuring out who was staying in which rooms, and then because we got the house, it was supposed to be a 4-bedroom house. So we converted one of the rooms, and then we started with the 2 youngest that could share a room, and we're like, all right, well, we've got all this other stuff that's going on. And they had some severe issues with the attention and everything else like that. As far as behavior, grades, everything, right? What we found out was that like we hadn't given our kids enough consideration in the decision-making process, because we're helping these 2 kids.
Right.
What's going on with ours? And right now, I think that we're probably at peak performance, and it's just yes, it is kind of arrogant for me to say, but like I've been on point, so everything else has been lined out. So my kids are all like, all right, this is what's happening. Like every day, I'm opening up so they have an app called Gradeway.
Okay.
And that shows all of their homework assignments, whether they're missing. It shows all of the grades for every assignment, and so I pull that stuff up. I check with each one of them. I'm coaching as best as I can for the specific grades, and I'm coaching as best as I can for all of the different extracurriculars that they have. And you know, my son's like, we were having a conversation on the way to school one morning, and I was like, so do you have like, you guys were into that dance, do you have a girlfriend? He goes, no, there's a girl that like caught my eye on day 1, and I haven't had the courage to like say anything to her. I was like, all right, well, spring break is coming right up, so you should reach out. And so he reached out, and he's like, Dad, I reached out. And I was like, oh, what'd you say? He's like, well, I sent her a message on Snap, and I was just like, hey. And I was like, dude, you're not going to school tomorrow because we're driving out to Big Bend. You need to say, hey, I just wanted to reach out before spring break. Thought that I was going to be there Friday. Turns out I'm not going to. But you caught my eye in the hall. You're incredibly pretty, and I haven't had the courage to walk up to you and talk to you. I got your Snap and your name from a friend that I share a class with. Would you want to get to know each other better maybe after spring break? After I get back from spring break? And she goes, yes, absolutely. And then they've been talking for a few hours a day. And so things are going well with him, and because of that, he wants to earn money to be able to take her to movies and do things. And I'm like, oh, this is an actual motivator for him.
Right.
So he's been trying to figure stuff out and figure out ways to be able to get money. And then he's like, Dad, where can I get a job? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, he got applied to a couple of different places. He's like,
how old is he?
He's 14.
Okay.
So he's trying to figure things out. And I'm like, all right, well, you'll be fine, man. Yeah, you can go and apply at all these different places this summer. But yeah,
what are you guys close? Is there like a little metropolis where you guys? Because you're kind of.
There's a place called the town that we are closest to is called Monaville. It's out off of 529 and 359.
Oh, so it's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So everything. The closest thing that we have is a gas station, and it's a few miles from the house.
Okay.
And so, yeah, my son is like, what can I do? I said, well, you can start your own online business. You can go and take a look at the coin collection, and then I told you can keep half of whatever you sell.
Right.
That sort of thing. And he goes, so okay. So is there anything around the house that I could do to, convince you to be able to take me into town and all this?
Yeah.
And I was like, and if you make my life easier at home,
right, I have no problem sharing.
Don't worry about how much you want to have. Like, I'll give you $100, but if I see that, hey, I gave you the $100 to be able to go out with this girl,
Right.
and treat her to dinner and ice cream and a movie and hanging out and walking around the mall, and then you come home and things were a bust, and you don't want to make up for the other portion of the $100
Right.
by continuing to do this stuff. The next time that you have something going on, I'm just not going to trust that you're going to do things.
Right.
And my wife was like, well, that's not a, like, you have to tell him how much he has to do to be able to earn that. And I was like, that's not how life works. He rubs my back, I'm going to rub his back.
Right.
Like, I do the same thing with everybody. So
Right.
so things are getting done. He's recognizing things that need to be fixed at home, going outside, playing with the dogs, taking care. We had, with the niece and the nephew came another dog. And then we had a 14-year-old dog that died in October, which was devastating. In December, the beginning of December, we found out that one of my wife's coworkers had to get rid of, like, there's somebody that worked at a school or whatever. She found out that they were going to give their purebred lab to a shelter because they couldn't take care of it. And there was some miscommunication with that, but we took the dog in. It's not fixed. Our unfixed female lab got pregnant, and she had 14 puppies. 14.
Jesus.
So
Thank God you have a farm.
Yeah, we've got 13 6-week-old puppies right now at home.
Are you trying to sell them? I feel like that can help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're
what
trying to
did you say? They're labs?
Yeah.
I can't think of what they look like. I'm not a dog person. I have a dog, 2 dogs.
No, like they have black, yellow, and chocolate labs, basically.
Yeah.
They're just like really. Anyway, we have all of these labs, and they can't even go to homes until 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
Yeah. So I was like, all right.
Is that because they have to be with their mother for that time?
There's socialization, there's weaning, and then there's there are like shots, boosters, all this kind of stuff. So like every time that we've tried to get something done, if we try to do something that I was like, hey, I'm gonna go over here. I got this barnuminium company. They're gonna put up a barn in the back. We're gonna have the well dug, all this kind of stuff. It's gonna cost us a couple $100,000. We'll get the loans for it and put it all up. And next thing I know, my wife, I come home from work, from being out of town. I'm like, she's got to be pregnant. And my wife was like, no. They weren't together for long enough, and I was like, what do you mean long enough? Like,
so they weren't together for 2 minutes?
yeah. So apparently it only takes 15 to 20 seconds, but she saw them do that twice. And so we're like, all right, well, definitely
Sounds
pregnant.
like me.
And I had to take her over to the vet, and the vet's like, well, she looks pregnant, but if you want to figure out the number that are in there, you have to bring her back, and we'll take an x-ray. So I took her back to the vet to have an x-ray done, and the vet said, I can't tell you how many because there are too many spines and skulls. I have to send this off to the radiologist. The radiologist said, we count, so the vet counted 10, and was like, I keep getting lost.
Yeah.
The radiologist said, I count 12. We had 14 puppies.
Are they all? Then they're all thriving still.
One of them was laid on. She was the absolute smallest, and she passed, so I buried her. But the other 13 range in weight from a couple of pounds to almost 10 pounds now. So yeah, they're all doing well and they're all healthy. But it's we set up the enclosure area inside of our house in our bedroom, not thinking things through, and then it's like constant whining, like dogs whining.
Yeah.
And then they defecate everywhere and they urinate everywhere. And then our wing of the house, because we have a wing, it's big enough that we put it into our bathroom so that we could actually close the door, because I had to sleep with earplugs, and now I sleep with earplugs and the door shut. It's still not good enough. So yeah.
So that's 15 dogs.
We have 17 dogs. 16 dogs. 16 dogs in the house right now. Yeah. 16 dogs, 2 donkeys. I sold the cows that we had.
Do you have goats? You have to have goats.
We don't have goats right now, but that's what my son wants to get. We have a massive chicken coop that I could fit 60 chickens. Again, every time I want to do something,
life.
Back to the Astros.
As soon as Altuve retires or leaves, gets traded, I'll be an Astros. So that happens. Sorry, I'm like
Chickens in. Yeah, maybe more than that. But yeah, it's we had a ton of space and a ton of opportunity. Tornado, but again, every time it rains, I do something that's
life
around up and everything.
So what's to stop me from maybe like? So do you not have chickens yet?
You know the windstorms last year?
Yeah.
When those winds broke through, there was a tornado that went back through the apartment property. And it's not a confirmed tornado, but it knocked all the trees down and took the ground up and everything else. But one of those trees fell on top of the back part of the coop that was holding part of the net up. So there was a nice little area over there. And I told the kids, hey, if you guys want chickens, fresh eggs every day. I told my wife the same thing. I can't be the one that goes out there and fixes this thing. But I have to be the one that goes and cuts the trees down. I have to be the one that goes out and fixes it all. I'm the guy that upgraded when it's freezing out. Right, I've got the one that's fixing the hot water heater. So we got a hot water heater bus over the house, and then that had to be replaced. But we also found out that the gas line wasn't sufficiently sized because when it was put in, it was supposed to be up to code, and then they upgraded and then downgraded the system, but it's drawing too much gas, so the pilots were going out, and so we're like, we can't keep heat in the house. And it cost us about $4,000 to get some reworked with everything repiped.
How old is this house?
2005, so yeah, but the guy who lived there hadn't taken care of anything. So, like if you see the field right here across the street, all of that's nice and smooth. That's how my property's starting to look now. But all of that was overgrown with brushes and with brush and with a whole bunch of other stuff. So brush and small trees, small saplings, but a lot of it's like I don't know if you catch it. There are shrubs that have like massive thorns and needles. They don't eat the trees. And so I had to go and clear all of our property. The cows were completely underfed. So they were underweight. Their rib cages are showing, and they're very gaunt and everything.
So I thought cows ate grass.
They do when there's grass to be eaten, or paid to be eaten. But they don't eat the trees. They don't eat all the thorny shrubs and all that kind of stuff. And that was what was all overgrown. And so the guy didn't take care of the inside of the house. Didn't take care of the outside of the house. I had to go and do all of it. So if I'm not outside doing something, I'm inside fixing something.
How long does it get here from the shop, your house?
35 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, but it's like with a hot water heater busting, they damaged all the drywall that was in our laundry room / mudroom. So I brought it all back down to studs and then built a dog shower because we had 2 dogs. So now, but it's like I brought it all the way down. I had to go and spend money on sheetrock, and then my wife was like, I don't have time or energy to help you with any of this. So
does your 14-year-old son not have any interest in that, or do you not trust him?
So the kids leave the house at 6 o'clock in the morning with my wife to go to school if I'm not dropping them here, basically. So she goes and drops them off. First 2 have to be dropped off at Katy High at 7 a.m. She typically drops them off at about 6:55. Then she drives over here to McElwain to drop off the youngest because we had friends that were in this neighborhood when we lived over here. And after school, we have after school care basically built in because of this. But it takes 20 minutes to drive here from Katy High with traffic. So we come and drop this one off, and then we've got to go, after we drop this one off, we've got to go and drop the other 2 off over at Wood Creek, which is south of I-10 on 1463. Which is another 20 minutes back the other way. So the kids also have extracurriculars, either tennis, violin, whatever else they have going on. So some of them have to go in early, some of them have to stay late. It's just my wife and I trying to do all this. For the first 6 months we tried. And so my son, his interest in helping is irrelevant because he's not getting home until 5:30, 6 o'clock at night.
And then are your weekends, are the kids' weekends accounted for with activities too, or are they hanging out at the house you guys the weekend?
for the first 6 months, we tried doing activities for them every weekend at myself, and then it's been very recent that hey, I have a weekend. We've got to get stuff done. I'm supposed to go and get family pictures done, so I'm like, I had to get a haircut. Stuff I'm like, we've had so much going on until Friday morning. Hey, I need a weekend to myself. I was supposed to have this last Thursday through Sunday to be able to hang out with my buddies out of town. 8 of us just hanging out. And my wife was like, hey, I'm completely overwhelmed with stuff at home until Friday morning. It's like, all right, I'm just trimming a day. And then Thursday night happened, and she's like, hey, can you pick the kids up on Friday after school because I have this work opportunity that came up. So she went to the work opportunity, but when she got there, she didn't realize how late it was actually going to be when she got home. She told me, hey, I'm going to be home right after you drop work, right after you get home with kids. And yeah, I went, brought the kids home, fed the kids, took care of all the dog mess, fed the dogs, took care of the second dog mess. So I stayed there. And then by that time it was like 7:30, 8 o'clock. My wife was like, hey, I'm not going to go until really late because there's apparently a second section. So with that second section, I just said, all right, well, I'm not going to leave the kids with the dogs and try to clean up all these messes. So I stayed there, kept the messes in check, got a couple of other things done around the house, finished up all of my workload for the week, followed up with emails and all that stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to hang out with my friends. I'm uploading documentation, doing massive amounts of technical review. It's terrible. And then my wife got home at about 11:30, 11:45. I was like, hey, my buddy is out. You're still leaving? And I was like, I'm going to hang out with my friends. So she's like, all right, but you could just stay here tonight with me and then leave early in the morning. I was like, are you going to bed right now? She said, yes. And I was like, great, I'm going with my buddies. I'm not planning on sleeping all the way through this. I'll pick up cigarettes on the way down. So I got there at 2:30 in the morning, 2:45, and then I hung out, got 2 hours of sleep, then hung out all day, stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning, got another 2 hours of sleep, well, hung out, like waiting for games and stuff like that, right? And then I came all the way home, and I had to drop one of the friends off because his wife was capable of going. His wife was capable of going down. They're down to one vehicle. I was like, hey, I was waiting for him to leave so that I could close up the house and stuff. I gotta go home. I got never mind leaving, so I got him into the truck, brought him home. Get home 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. He wanted to just relax and hang out with me. And I was like, sit there and say that you're not about snakes in the yard and all this stuff. I gotta go mow. I got things to do around the house. It's Sunday. Today's our opportunity to get stuff done. So if you feel like you've accomplished enough for today, please, by all means, enjoy yourself. I have no problem with it. I'm not gonna. I would sit there and say that you're not getting 200% because I know that you are. But I also have an opportunity to get 200% and take care of the dogs. Let me do it. So I went and got a whole bunch of shit done around the house yesterday after I got home. I was kind of out of the 8 hours sleep. I went to bed at 1:30 this morning. My wife woke me at 4 a.m. so that she could go and take care of the dogs. And I was like, you don't have to take the boys to school, so why are we doing this right now? Most of them. We have machetes. I was kind of irritated by that, but I've had about 8 hours sleep in the last 3 days. So I'm feeling good, man.
How do you deal with snakes? Like, what do you do?
Some of them, we take a shovel and just cut their heads off. That's actually most of them. We have machetes and shovels and all sorts of stuff. So finding sharp objects and decapitating them is usually the easiest way. But apparently we had one as long as my arm span was apparently really thick and had been eating some stuff. And my wife really panicked about it. So we don't have to worry.
I'm 35 miles away. 35 minutes away.
Yeah. I was like, it's probably just like a king snake or a rat snake or something like that. A snake that kills snakes, or it's a snake that just kills all the rodents that are on the properties that we don't have to worry about. So I like the snake. My wife doesn't like any snakes. So.
Your wife are twins.
What's that?
I said, me and your wife are twins. I don't like snakes either. But I don't understand the purpose. I don't know what their purpose is. Like, I used to hate spiders. I don't like spiders. So it's like, now I just dislike a lot of them. I'm animal dating. So it's like, yeah. So it's still like humans. I don't like spiders. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they do. I don't know what their purpose is.
They eat all the moving critters, man. All the small moving critters.
But I mean, there's a lot of those animals. Yeah, I mean, all right, I guess I'm not from the deep south.
I'm not from down here.
True.
I was never a farm boy, so I grew up as a carny. So this is my wife is. Yeah. My life is different. My wife is here. I'm driving up and having a wing and now that I'm medicated, going over to Katie High, productive as shit, man. What's that?
I said, now you're productive as shit. Like, I don't think I can get 8 hours of sleep in 3 days to be coherent.
Catch this. As soon as I'm done here, right over to McElwain and wake up the youngest. Going over to Katie High, picking up the very oldest, my nephew. And then I'm driving over to Wood Creek, picking up the 2 girls. My wife, after she gets out of work, has a little work thing. And she's going to pick up our son from Katie High because he has tennis after school. I'm going to drive straight home. I have to do dinner. I have to clean up all the dog mess. I have to feed all the dogs. I got to clean up the second mess because there's always a second mess. Yeah, like they eat and then they shit immediately, and then there's not a lot of shit that happens in the first hour after that second cleanup. But in the next 4 to 5 hours, there is just as much as immediately after they ate. So it just requires some constant cleaning. And I know I gotta go on lawnmower now. So if I get people coming out there, clean the shit up, and I do all the other, it's too much shit.
Yeah?
Yeah, like I don't ask anybody even with work to do anything that I wouldn't do myself.
Right.
So if I give people the opportunity to do the things that they're willing to do, and I do all the other hard shit, then I don't have to pay anybody. And I don't feel like I'm indebted to anybody.
No, I get it, but like 14-year-old that wants to one day be a man, I feel like
he's doing enough. He's got his own stuff going on. He's told that you gotta have these kind of grades, you gotta do this stuff. He's in all AP classes as a freshman. He's doing fantastic. So we're not concerned. His worst grade right now is like a 74 or 75, and it's because his major grades hasn't been updated. It's like, remember the week that I was sick? His major grade was from you need help with anything? It's like, the only thing that I need help with is giving me some space.
You just turned to Corky Romano, man. After you got medicated, now you're an overachiever. Which, I think that's a great example he set though for kids, showing them what it is. But I would also say though, allow other people in your personal life to assist in the project of life, just like you do in the project.
Yeah, I think it
sounds like you got a lot going on, but it's also sounds like it takes a lot to make your life.
Yeah, my speech is there.
Is that yours?
It's supposed to be my better.
Oh, the lady that just left.
Anyway, man.
Pleasure. Okay, so see you in 2026.
It's a pleasure talking at you. Yeah, I might see you before then.
Is that yours?
No, it's
Oh, the lady that just left? That's my wife's story.
Alright.
See you, buddy.
Have you ever seen Old School?
Old School?
the movie, yes.
Remember when he was talking to those college kids, and he's like telling his daily itinerary. He's like, yeah, I don't know, I might go to Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know about time. Maybe stop at Home Depot. Old School, Will Ferrell.
The movie, yes.
Remember when he was talking to those college kids? He was like telling his daily itinerary. He's like, yeah, I don't know, I might go to Bed Bath & Beyond.
I feel like if you want your hair to look a little different,
they're just like holding their beer.
we should not spa day you for a while.
I feel like if you're here to look for a difference, we should not spotlight you for why.
Yeah.
But I want my hair to look different than this. Grab the chips. I got Gap until 5:15, so 2.5 hours.
Spread out arms.
What is it? Yeah, same paper. We're doing 2 of these men or 1.5? Whatever you think.
Messenger is not important. The message is what shifts consciousness. If the messenger is not important, the message is what shifts consciousness. If the messenger becomes more important than the message, then the message is already lost. Many executions of the messy languages. Many ages of truth has been spoken many times, by many voices, many languages, many ages, but every time humanity turns the speaker into a god, rather than listening to process. This happens to Yeshua. This happens with Peter. This happens with prophets. Sages just think the messenger comes to reveal. But the moment they leave is when it's all yours to rewrite the message to fit their own desires. Messages do not secure because churches messages do not require because churches or sacred texts. True messages do not need to position the entire. True messages awaken. They do not display division. A message leads to control. It does not lead to fear. Message is not tradition. It is not worship. If a message leads to fear, it is not truth. Truth does not worship. Truth does not heal. Truth does not need a name attached. Messenger is not important. Message is what shifts consciousness. Messenger is not important. Consciousness. If the messenger becomes
Discussing a extension and obviously the efficiency and trade that did not materialize so far. So as long as that's the case, and they'll keep talking transition.
That's what the noise is coming
You sound different out there.
football. We don't know exactly how it is. All we know is that Pittsburgh has been waiting days, weeks for an answer that it hasn't gotten. Aaron Rodgers is been waiting. And so Pittsburgh Steelers don't have a lot of other alternatives. But they continue to wait to hear an answer from Aaron Rodgers. And obviously, since the Vikings are ready to get all this decision there.
It's just fascinating to see how this all shakes out. More than that, throughout the show, by the way. But as we mentioned on the top of the show, the three meetings that started in court to get one of my favorite things, the annual show of all the coaches. It's always hilarious to look at their faces. Let's look at it. Zero in on Coach Tomlin. He was asked today about the Aaron Rodgers timeline and here's what he had to say.
You've been in this thing a long time. I've been in this thing a long time. There's no substitute for, intimacy and spending time.
Currently, I'm obviously white, a group in a conservative white family, and there's been a lot of discourse about whether white people should talk about racism. And here's my argument for why I think that we should have to. A lot of racism in white families occurs behind closed doors. I've been over at friends' parents' places and heard them say some pretty obscene things about people of color, assuming that I am on their side because I'm white. Obviously, this makes for some awkward conversations when I can call them out. But point being, the depths of the racism and the darkness that seeps in deeply into these families can only, in my opinion, truly be exposed by other white people because they will never be their full racist selves around anyone who's not white. They like to save face publicly and say that they're not racist, but then again, go into their homes and hear the things they say. That would suggest otherwise. I just encourage you, if you're a white person and you know people like this, please say something. Don't just ignore it for fear of conflict. Kylie and her mom is white, a group in a conservative white family, and Kylie and her mom is there's been a lot of discourse about whether white people should talk about racism. And here, Kylie and her mom is white, a group in a conservative.
Whenever Ruby Bridges makes an appearance, I like to mention that she is just 3 months older than Denzel Washington. This is not ancient history. This is current events. And it's something that we should always point out because they like to play with us and say that we're living in the past. Meanwhile, they're trying to drag us back to it. They love to act like the 1970s are ancient history, but love to try to take you back to 1870. When I started getting into the archive and the symbols of how we dress up to archive, history outside of archive, I think about how black and white images were made to see it being this thing in the future and this thing in the past. While trying to make it seem like we came so far. When you see digitized color images, it shows that it's more in our recent past than we like to give it credit for. Ruby Bridges and Denzel Washington is the same age. Anytime I hear about Ruby Bridges being brought up, I love to point out that she has an Instagram page, meaning that this living person has memories when she was denied access to education, when she had to have an Army National Guard escort because certain folks believe the way that her parents paid tax dollars should not afford them the same education that the white parents were taking. Whenever Ruby Bridges makes an appearance, I like to mention that she is just 3 months older than
Kylie and her mom. Yeah, it makes you wonder if they don't put the quarterback in the draft or if they do today. It's a really good point said, but if Aaron Rodgers ends up not going to Pittsburgh, where else does he go? Maybe there's other teams don't get quarterbacks in the draft, or maybe do, but that part of it I think will be fascinating too. All right, Adam, we did hear Mike Tomlin talk about the intimate time they spent together, getting to know each other a little bit more, but how about this DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers workout?
Well, we're asked to we don't know exactly how it happened, so we're trying to find clues and everything that Aaron Rodgers told him about at this point in time. The matters was waiting for him to come up with an answer, whether or not he was going to be Metcalf, whether or not he was James Jones, whoever it may be. We don't really know at this point in time, and we don't know the time of that decision. And as long as we continue to wait, it's almost like the Pittsburgh Steelers are forced to take play out of Aaron Rodgers' playbook, and they're of course withdrawing the reason right now in the safety car.
Oh man, we're calling breadcrumbs into the darkness, but we'll see where they lead us.
1 year.
We've got a lot more to get to here on NFL Live. When we come back, Carolina Broncos head coach Shawn is so appreciative of the early success Next, the quarterback Bo Nix, what we can expect from his second year. We'll talk about the stability there, but the Browns have their mind set on drafting Lawrence Sanders with the Titans. But some of your things, he may not be the answer long term. Sometimes it's good to see improvement, and that will show up. That quarterback is pretty good. Some of this has come from the quarterback that you have here.
Fresh chicken hot off the grill, or Chipotle heat with a touch of sweet and a perfectly balanced sauce. Chipotle honey chicken tastes sweet and sweet to a whole new level. So, Dad's fast station running out of cash. We'll see if the trip to the grocery store is right. Dad's fast running cash. Good work, more savings. That is the best buffalo wing in the county. You eat buffalo? Just chicken. Veggie. Buffalo. No, I don't know. All right. Slice wise.
2 clicks against the grain and Rachel.
This match is brought to you by Mercedes Benz. 1996. Red Bull is by the end of play Saturday, Norman had built a seemingly insurmountable 6-4 lead. But in that fateful final round, Norman shot the lead on the second night. He was playing alongside Nick Fowler in the final week, so Nick methodically chipped away at the lead by almost 67. Nick Fowler was third to the Jackets.
Pretty good right now.
Sunday. Houston Roughnecks take on the Arlington Renegades at noon Eastern. Both games also on ESPN Plus. Way to watch football.
So, I know you didn't get like training with the razor like in school or not. You always want the blade head to be moving forward. Even if you're doing it at an angle, you still want like for this side of my head, like if you were to pivot it, you still don't ever want to slide the razor, and I think, yeah, I mean, I know you, of course, I know you didn't mean to. I know that's not the conversation.
I mean, I wasn't aware.
Yeah. I think you just have to focus on trying not to slide the razor, like pivoting the razor. You know, if you're gonna, that is still moving the razor forward. But when you start to slide it, that's when you nick people. Sometimes you nick them because they have imperfections on their skin. But I know that I don't have many on those parts of my head. But I know as big as my head is, there are still like tight areas. So I can see me not trying to obviously slice the corner of my eyebrow. It's slightly felt like it on this side, but definitely felt like it on that side. Yeah, it was very slight, but it's gonna stop.
No, I'm just
yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm sure once you spray me down, it'll just clog.
Oh, do you want to look again?
I think it's a great combination. The two of them opponents, got a ton of physical ability. I think he did a better job than many people would have thought. There's a digestive which I think
what I'm struggling with is I can't tell if it's just the gray. I used to have better corners, and I can't tell if it's just that like the grays are in or if or if it just needs to be more. And I'm not even. Okay. Well, obviously you can keep it low, just turn it up. I'm not sure if maybe. But see, like this has always been my good side because of how this hair grows. You know, honestly, I say next time, maybe just a little more into my especially because the
Browns to come out and say it. It's really the strongest words to date that we've heard about the unofficial ending to Shawn.
What's that?
And he's had any number of significant injuries and he's had full recovery.
I would say, I guess next time maybe go in a little more on the edge.
To go get him from Houston, Texas. And if he can work out the competitions therefore in any way and sit back the organization to the point where the Browns still are one of those organizations that Chuck Hayden talked about, looking for that quarterback and trying to figure out how to solve that problem when they gave up all that money and all those picks to try to solve it with the hope that Deshaun Watson would get it done.
Yes, Mr. Fancy became the coach of the Browns back in 2020. Cleveland has used a bunch of different starting quarterbacks. That's more than any other team in the last 5 seasons. But turnovers, the Fancy is still being produced two Coach of the Year awards, which speaks that the difficult situation he's been in. And Sam, we've heard so many different players being tied to the Browns, that number 2 pick. Assuming that Titans draft Cam Ward first overall, should Cleveland get to their Sanders?
Yes, full stop. They should absolutely get Cam Sanders. This Cleveland Browns team, let's start with their defense. Years ago, they had the #1 ranked defense, but they're not happy.
a quarterback. You signed Kevin Stefanski, who's been a two-time coach of the year. Now what's he doing this year? Taking over play calling duties again. We've seen in years past this offense be effective with on-time offense is based off of timing, not necessarily targeting one specific
How beautiful you
but
are.
having the vision to be able to see the field. That's what Shador Sanders does best. He throws it on time, can see the field, very cerebral, understands the game. I think it's a perfect fit for the Cleveland Browns, especially if you have the defense and not you have the quarterback.
I agree with everything Sam said in terms of like strengths of Shador Sanders. He is smart. He knows how to play the position. It's really tricky. It's like you're talking about rarefied air when you're talking about drafting a guy at the top of the draft. And look, he just is not as physically talented as he would like to see. It sounds crazy.
So
Sanders sounds, but like that's just the case. And so, look, I come up on Sanders and kind of bringing that like Andy Dalton range. People compared to the Kirk Cousins. That's one of the compliments. Both of those guys have thrown for over 250 touchdowns.
okay, so where do I go from here? So typically just
Shawn Watson.
Yeah, well, mine's a big shoes. Well, good to touch.
I think a quarterback that looks like maybe is not in the skill level that we want. See how long it goes. Coming up, Kevin O'Connell is excited about J.J. McCarthy's future, but doesn't really sold yet on the young quarterback. Please explain why after the break. Don't miss this next on NFL Live. We'll be right back. Freezer is open again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treat, filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
This isn't just a desperation. It's my life. Because you know its value in space. People who want to fight over things
Maybe they're giving it to too many people and they were taking it down.
yeah. So when
Like somebody I know.
I know. Well, it's not just them. It's like a lot of places.
Yeah.
They.
But I thought they were doing like, there was a limited amount. Maybe they were to give away the limited.
You don't even return me.
Return you in the chair.
I was always wondering, like, can you even like the way you? I guess there's certain people. I know that I'm higher on my right side.
The best AI system is
I'm higher, but I don't think that's it's straight. It's like, I was going to shower.
Do you have 5,000 subscribers?
No, but it just, I looked because I was doing yours, and I can do it. But now I just had to like verify my identification.
Innovation matters. But innovation that leads to better performance.
It's almost stop. We can get Stylecraft trimmers and they're from the British
Innovation.
But I just saw them
Now in all terrain.
Oh, money. I saw them.
Yeah.
I think that's the new one.
Choose one appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's famous 2 for $25 with new sizzling skillets and steak. Now that's eating good.
Oh, it was the ones with the eggs.
Welcome back to NFL Live. Oh, under the banner. Let's go. Time for some top stories with Adam Schefter. Adam, lots going on in those league meetings. So the proposal to ban the push. Fill us in on everything we need to know.
Laura, vote is expected on Tuesday. It is a hotly contested subject here at the league meetings in Palm Beach, whether or not to allow this controversial play into the league next season. The play that the Eagles have used so well. Obviously, the Eagles are fighting to keep it. They believe they have support from across the league, but only 24 votes on Tuesday to get that play overturned. We'll find out whether there's enough support to get that rule, that play out of the game. Meanwhile, the Cincinnati Bengals continue to work to try to sign Trey Hendricks, and we're also granted permission to seek a trade. A trade has not materialized. Does not look right now like
followers you got?
materialized until one does. We're one more out. Trey Hendricks, they've gotten the deal done for Jamar Chase. They got one done for T. Higgins, and now they continue to try to get one done for Trey Hendricks. Meanwhile, we continue to await an answer from Aaron Rodgers. The Steelers said they have no deadline for Aaron Rodgers. They're not asking for an answer anytime soon. The draft is now under a month away, and it certainly seems like the Steelers will like him. And Aaron Rodgers has some interest, but he's not committed to Pittsburgh, which leaves open the idea that somehow the Minnesota Vikings could be in a play that he wants to play. And those around him certainly seem to think that Aaron Rodgers does want to play, but there's been no commitment to Pittsburgh. There's been no deal with Minnesota, and it just continues to float out there what Aaron Rodgers will decide to do in the future.
I love it, Adam. Let's go back to that coaches photo that we're showing you. Look at them all there. They're high in the sky here in our studio, and everybody else now is in the background. We go to Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings head coach. Adam referencing all of the talk around Aaron Rodgers there, but he was on Kevin O'Connell or Kevin Clark. This is football podcast yesterday. He talked about what he was seeing from his quarterback and David McCollum.
Super unfortunate to have that injury happen, especially coming off of one where really great start for this season game. But really what I would say is, not hearing anything for the first time. You don't hear us calling play or concept or run play or any cannon for this reason. He's heard all of those things. It's not a rookie. He's been able to have that skill registered here, albeit without the reps, because he outwon it. But I'm really jumping in, really excited to see him.
What you said? Only did fit in with the salmon? I'm about 10 times at 7 now, so that's check that shop hours at 6:30 or
27-year-old quarterback, he had 35 touchdowns this year. He was a don't forget what the guy that was drafted last year drafted.
missed the season because of an ACL injury. So, look, I believe there's ultimate confidence, inside the organization in JJ McCarthy. But I will also just say that you don't know until you know. And because they made the move that they did in terms of, basically saying, look, we're not going to chase, Sam Darnold even after what he did for us this past season. Yeah, I think that is added pressure on everybody for JJ McCarthy to play at a high level year two, even without having the reps in year one.
I don't agree with that. I don't think there's necessarily a level of concern. And to your point of having a bit, no one would get a chance to move cities by actually getting a chance to move. If they sign Sam Darnold and say, hey, AJ, just be a backup for the next year or 2 or 3, that makes no sense. They should be on the top 10 pick. They were excited about JJ McCarthy. Yes, early in the season, before the injury. And to Kevin O'Connell's point, JJ McCarthy got a chance to understand the offense. No, he wasn't getting the reps. But he got a chance to see what it's like to go through a 17-game, 18-week season. He understands what it's like to be in the meeting rooms in the NFL, what it feels like to prepare for the week. And so, yes, you believe in his talent. That's why you picked him top 10 overall. Now he's giving him the chance to go and shine. There's a lot of excitement, I believe, in that building. Now we're going to give JJ McCarthy the top 10 pick a chance to show why they picked him so high.
Yeah, there is excitement about it. But all questions, again, he still has not played in the NFL regular season game. We're still talking about his quarterback who could be while they were excited about J.J. McCarthy, unquestionably, it was really being another quarterback in the room. They had an injury with Sam Darnold, went to Seattle. They wanted to keep Daniel Jones. He went to Indianapolis. So they need to come up with some type of complementary alternative for J.J. McCarthy. Like somebody that can compete with J.J. McCarthy, challenge J.J. McCarthy. You want something that can bring J.J. McCarthy, but Aaron Rodgers has appeared to have some interest in playing in Minnesota. They have not given Washington an total size for Pittsburgh or another place. That's going to continue to float out there as a possibility until it's not a possibility any longer.
Yeah, Adam, I think the reason why Aaron Rodgers would want to play there in Minnesota is because it is probably one of the best completion setup for a quarterback. You have a great head coach, Kevin O'Connell. Now, of course, the quarterback coach, but we can all agree that that may not be the best completion between the person. Either way, it's a great point. And it's still, the Pittsburgh thing happens, we're going to get talking about Minnesota. We got to come here on NFL Live. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's not that much success. Rapid quarterback is moving to Tennessee. Find out why Otto thinks the pressure is on to make the right choice on draft night. And can't afford it. That's the answer to the first thing around. We'll be right back.
Could you email me the
Oh, yeah, sure.
Fuck Trump.
Can you look into figuring out set up a TikTok channel for a barber supply?
Nobody likes a cracked windshield. SafeLight.com is able to fix in minutes. Go to SafeLight.com and schedule a replacement today.
This basketball brought to you by Bank of America. 2001, 25-year-old Tiger Woods, having won the previous 3 majors, came to Augusta looking for the final piece of his Tiger set. After a final round 68, he played his second
Attack ads. He's not even paying attention to who the ads are attacking. An attack ad against Supreme Court Justice candidate Susan Crawford is using a picture of a different Susan Crawford. An ad launched backed by Elon Musk. Instead used a picture of Susan P. Crawford, who is a Harvard University law professor. Okay, to be fair, if I'm ever talking to a white woman over 50 and I forget her name, I just call her Susan Crawford, and I'm usually right like 80% of the time. But, hey, maybe Elon just needs glasses. I mean, it could change everything. He'd be like, oh my god, that Cybertruck looks like shit. He's also dusting off a tactic from the 2024 election. Voter self-checkout.
The Elon Musk-backed America Political Action Committee asking Wisconsin voters to sign a, quote, petition in opposition to activist judges. The reward for each signature, $100.
$100? Come on, Elon. It's gonna take more than that for Americans to sell their souls to you.
Elon Musk's Political Action Committee has handed out $1 million to a voter in Wisconsin just for signing a petition.
$1 million? Come on, Elon. You have taken way less for Americans to sell their souls to you, all right? I would have done it for $250. Elon Musk is spending so much money on attack ads, he's not even paying attention to who the ads are attacking.
An attack ad against Supreme Court Justice candidate Susan Crawford is using a picture of a different Susan Crawford. An ad launched backed by Elon Musk. Instead used a picture of Susan P. Crawford, who is a Harvard University law professor.
Okay, to be fair, if I'm ever talking to a white woman over 50 and I forget her name, I just call her Susan Crawford, and I'm usually right like 80% of the time. But, hey, maybe Elon just needs glasses. I mean, it could change everything. You'd be like, oh my god, that Cybertruck looks like shit. He's also dusting off a tactic from the 2024 election. Voter self-checkout.
The Elon Musk-backed America Political Action Committee asking Wisconsin voters to sign a, quote, petition in opposition to activist judges. The reward for each signature, $100.
Sister's birthday. Gotcha. Call me. Did I need to flex this hard on my sister's birthday? 100%.
Looking good, little brother.
I know.
For your home and your range, Bad Boy Motors obtain any terrain with advanced engineering and American-made steel. Bad Boy, only with an attitude.
Comcast Business helps turn businesses into seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, quickly customizing, patient scanning, modern businesses.
This year's NFL Draft is in Green Bay. Three-day event begins Thursday, April 24th. We'll have every pick once again on ESPN. Along with our usual expert analysis, it's also available on the NFL Network. As always, we cover the stories on the prospect first. The draft is over at NFL Live will be there on site Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So much to talk about there. We can't wait. All eyes are going to be on Tennessee. What's that number one pick? What makes it okay? We all eyes are there and
Spent a lot of time on between the 30 visit, the combine, the pro day, and the private. So he's an impressive young man. And excited to kind of get the rest of the process. I like to see a little bit of confidence. I think that's a good thing. You know, when you get essentially being in conversation with the number one pick, there's a lot that comes with that. There's a lot of expectation. There's a lot of pressure. So to be able to have a little fun with that and have some confidence in the moment, I think it's a good thing.
quarterback who touched the draft in the first and second round until St. Louis to Tennessee in 1997. It has been good. Before, in Bucky 73 and 79, Jim Young, the only one who scored over 500. So, I mean, everybody how you fight the draft or the number one, but they said they would take all for the pick. So, now what you take for this number one in the top spot?
Trade up to the number one spot where Cam Ward is expected to be the number one overall selection. But it looks like it's going to be very difficult to get there right now. It looks like the Titans, as Brian Callahan documented there, have spent an awful lot of time with Cam Ward. And if anything, it's going to be reinforced the idea that he's worthy of the number one overall pick to help fill a position
Right now, we'll see if we can keep that Canadian working wall. Right now, that doesn't look like it's likely.
Yesterday, they were actually on Friday, also as they work out there privately. Kevin, the type of years think that was overall take. Maybe the more movement.
Because I think that when you look at it, it's something that you know, right? You should be there.
Yeah.
400 passes. Just like a little perspective on it, right? I think originally the college, they're about 390. So, in terms of time on pass, playing the toughest position in sports, there's a lot of evidence of Cam Ward making the people around him better. There's also a lot of evidence showing
Andre or
took it off to go man.
how they're going to build it and how they're going to build with the offensive line and what they're going to do with the offense and his confidence in the ability to coach the position. Yeah, I do think it's a very good thing.
There's a lot of how you're going to build it. And for me, it's just not built yet. That's a problem. Tennessee gave up the 6 most sacks last year. What does Cam Ward do? He's a very athletic.
We're gonna start the race at 4 o'clock.
But also, that athleticism can be when you're going against NFL caliber, not ACC caliber defensive linemen. That's why it's truly a problem for Cam Ward to figure out the way he does, and then also get sacked in the way that he made in Tennessee. Why do I say that? Go back to the first round pick overall last year. Caleb Williams was sacked 68 times, but in college, it was a kid out there going around making these tackles. So I'm concerned for this kid that yes, Cam Ward does throw the ball extremely proficiently, but it's I think he relies too much on his athleticism in college. That may end up hurting him in the NFL, like we saw at least the first year.
Sliced me a couple times. Damn, bro.
Sorry.
No, I know. You just, it seems like it's been so long since you've been cutting hair. I don't remember if I've ever taught you how to do it or.
Well, I think that.
I may or may not. I just don't have a. Yeah, I don't have a really good memory of it. I can't believe I wouldn't have, but I also don't have a memory. But I'd rather you slice me up than, someone else. Yeah, that's good. You know what I mean by
but here's another guy that looks and moves away and runs the way you want a first-round quarterback to do it. I'm not saying he ends up being a first-rounder, but maybe early second round, Cleveland Browns is in the equal draft position. So if they don't do it early in round 1, maybe they just circle back and do what they have to do.
What you want to do is like maybe keep this corner, pivot as an issue, more or less change direction, but I feel like what you have to have done is like that is where it's wrong. People have pivot as opposed to slide.
It's what TikTok.
That seems about right. Because I picked up the bottom part of it instead of using it as a
And I'm not necessarily saying use it as a pivot.
Yeah.
But like, you want to pivot it. I don't know how.
I just kind of picked it up instead of focusing on keeping that as a pivot point.
Yeah. And I mean, it takes forming a new habit. So so it's probably gonna happen more. But as long as you now understand what you should try to strive for.
Chipotle honey chicken brings a hint of pure honey and seared smoked peppers with fresh chicken hot off the grill. For Chipotle heat with a touch of sweet and a perfectly balanced sauce. Chipotle honey chicken takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Could you email me the call about going to make it easy to switch to same hundreds?
Oh yeah, sure.
You done good one, right? I'll just get you fixed up with the other guy. What's his name? What's your name?
Yeah, well, we got it covered.
Let me get you a cold one. Try one of these. That is the best buffalo wing in the county.
You eat buffalo, not just chicken. Actually, buffalo. This is first, not buffalo.
All right, man. Splice.
You know how to freight for affordability. But durability goes right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do, do it for us, our friend.
What's better than a limited time deal and unlimited time deal? That's why you find out with the events at Bacon Cheeseburger is available all the time. It's the best time for fresh and frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh, for best deal of all time, gotta be nice. Certainly is. It's more in your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Find your new color March 28th through April 7th. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store.
Football is back, and we're just getting started. think he's a dynamic player. I think there's more we can get out of that player.
I agree. And how can Darren Glenn make sure that Justin Fields is set up for success in this offense?
Well, I think you start off by doing the stuff that you know he's going to do. And so I think that's, you hear the sound bites on that. And we're going to use his legs for that. And I think there's definitely some blueprints that they're out there.
Shut up, bitch.
People say, you know what, he's got to develop as a passer. But in that process, like, we're still going to win games because these guys are really good football players. So I think that same thing can happen with Justin Fields based on his ability and his willingness to learn.
I like it. Let's not end it with hopefully brought in some reinforcement for quarterback. My signing Daniel Jones, the movement intended to add some competition to Anthony Richardson and the quarterback room. And Chris Ballard to the other half of the show. So why is it fan of adding competition?
Anytime you can have competition at any position, because it's the quarterback, everybody's going to scrutinize it to the 100th degree. But I think the competition, because the skill sets are similar, they're both good dudes. I think they're going to make each other not only on the field, but in their meeting room. I think they're going to make each other better. And I think that's going to be great for both of them and for our team.
Both Richardson and Jones were top 6 picks, of course. Richardson went 4th overall in 2023, Jones went 6th overall in 2019. And Jones hardly had his experience, but he's 20 games under 500. Richardson actually gained over 500 in his 15 career starts. Both quarterbacks have a very average QBR, but they both run the ball a lot, so they rank in the top 7 rushes per game of both quarterbacks since 2019. How do you convert from Chris Ballard there? Is there a real chance that Daniel Jones can get
it's possible we're on their paying $14 million this upcoming season, but beyond that, they said that there's going to be a competition at training camp. And so if there's a competition, then the better quarterback will win that job, whether it's Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones. I think it's like Bible. There are people and teams across the league that like Daniel Jones more than the public like Daniel Jones. And so yes, the Colts are bringing both quarterbacks to camp. They're going to open up the job to competition, and the best man is going to see.
When you look at it, Brandon Richardson, there's clearly an indictment on how he's played his lack of talent. So the critical thing for him is if he wants to keep the job, he basically has to act like, well, they're like, this is just easier to be my backup. This is not, hold on to this. Like, oh, wait a second. You brought in a guy with 20 million and paying him $14 million. I think it's a very tricky situation for him. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out in the competition actually plays out.
Yeah, for me, I'm just excited to see more consistency with Anderson. I think that's the area where he's struggling. We've seen some flashes when it comes to his arm talent. We've seen some bad decisions. Like that last pass you saw those interceptions. So if he's more consistent, that will help again. And Jones, I'm not sure if he can win that competition, but bring him in. Hopefully, it will be better quarterback play for the Colts overall.
Yeah, that would also send to the media there in the league meetings that they're not giving up on Anthony Richardson by any stretch of the imagination. We expect that this time they drafted it, but it just may be some time to develop. All right, time for one more thing before we go. We talked about this earlier in the show. Reports about DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers working out, and I think we have some evidence that look at that. There is, so you can see us. Now listen, as Adam told us, we're not totally sure what exactly this means. There's a video, and maybe Jones to the Steelers. We got proof right there. It looks pretty good, by the way. I mean, shocker, Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf look good together. All right, thanks so much for tuning in. We've got more news coming your way tomorrow for sure. So tune in as we continue to follow the league meetings there. Thanks, everybody.
Last time for one seed made the Final Four in the men's tournament. Only time 2008 in Classic Finals. That's the Super Mario Cup. Last time for women.
They do still. So it depends on the company. Some are doing
sports time team. And a last Phillips that you can meet winner in the final for the So is Chalk a good detective? Also, the great torpedo back the base. Let's go around the horn.
bonus points. This goes back 130 years. I know this is before my sports racing betting. The old days, favorites had odds going up and down, up and down. They'd have to erase. I can rewrite them all on the chalkboard. That's what it's chalk on. Now there are no chalkboards except for what it is. But I tell you this because we have 4-1 today. They call it chalk. Auburn got here with Joe Nye, the self-healing guy, the Reuben guy. When the tree go up and smoke, no, he came back and that cool I don't spend back on for all. Houston is a full stricter of a defense, squeezing the life out of Tennessee. Florida had to come back. Walter Clayton Jr., a future Steph Curry hater, and so cruise control, mission possible for this championship. So I ask you, ask the battle. Most impressive this weekend of those 4-1 teams around the Hornwood Test.
Tony, to me, it's too. They're the most complete team when you watch them. They did get tested just a tad at the end of that Arizona game, but outside of that, they have absolutely annihilated the competition. And Cooper Flag is obviously the marquee here, the name of the marquee. But you look at everybody else, whether it's Malavani, Sion James, Connaughton, Nichols, Proctor, etc. All of those guys fit perfectly. They play any kind of style of basketball you want. You want to go up tempo? They're good. You want to get into the fun a little bit? They're fine. And they'll have to do that in their next matchup against Houston. But to me, this is Joe's tournament.
Different nut around the horn deal.
Sorry, well, we're setting up, but I'm looking at those Houston Cougars. I saw that defense for it, and I mean, they know Tennessee does. That team at 35% was recommended, so I think that defense is actually suffocating. And when you look at it, they could have been play all season long. Go back to a regular season concept with them versus Ed. They had come back, win in overtime. And then you go to the game season, but when they have to touch it, but that was for me. But they keep trying to play the way. I just really think that this game is probably being overlooked a little bit. Because they're really smaller. That defense has a chance to do that.
All right. So most of the players in the regular season, they're lost. Nearly all of them were just in overtime, and they only have one regulation loss. There's the David Dennis Jr. around the whole field.
Sorry, Big Doug, I gotta go with my guy Jordan here and his Duke and the Blue Devils and what they're doing. They're a plus 94 so far, while scoring 90 points. We have not seen that since 2008 in the NCAA tournament. And of course, you have Flag leading the charge, leading in points, rebounds, assists going into the Final Four. But Malawai, what he is doing defensively, he's got more blocks than points and shots made against him. This team is a defensive monster. Like, they get a lot of attention for the dunks, the way they fly around the court, but they have length, they have discipline defense than anybody left.
That's 2 for 2 most impressive, and we traveled around the world.
I think the most impressive thing about Duke is that they've done this metamorphosis from like everybody's still into something that's so light, so the three of us are really happy talking about them. I think, yeah, as George mentioned, they're kind of tested against Arizona, but I don't think they really been tested at all, and that's so impressive. They're so young. We're like young right now. This freshman has designed to play more than 400 minutes this tournament. And look at that. All of the freshmen are all the 3 and 5 4 teams, less than 200 minutes combined. And we have Cooper Flag probably being the impact player in the NBA tomorrow, because that other guy that will be in the NBA. Like, when they come together as a team, that's so impressive. The first 4 games, they were no double digits for 3 of them. And then against Alabama, they should have had a top 5 to go. Yeah.
All right. So, that guy thinks you check out this matchup. Nobody attempted to even acknowledge the SEC in this conversation about Final Four teams. So, Donald, please go ahead.
No, you know why? Because they're the villains now. It's not Duke anymore. The SEC's the villain. That's what happens when you get 14 teams in the tournament. And all we hear about is how great the SEC was. Well, look, they've got 2 teams in the Final Four. First time for them in their conference history. They're going to have 2 teams face each other in the Final Four. Congratulations to the SEC. The ACC has done that 4 times, by the way.
George, we were so close. I was agreeing with everything. Look at what's Chip right now. We're talking about Duke, the Duke Blue Devils. 1 season of SEC being dominant does not undo the years and years and decades of Duke being the Duke Blue Devils. They are still, and add more hours on the Final Four national championship. That feeling, the way that people feel about them, will come right back, going back in the sun.
love it. I love it. That's literally going around the world. Everybody's got an opinion for one thing, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing or great or thing. One that way they can be just.
Well, to me, it's just cool. Like, I'm okay with it. I doesn't have me jumping up and down and doing everything, but I'm not mad at it either. And honestly, if we look at it, yeah, some of those are great, but we're not.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. Damn thing. I'm trying to download something to make the tape.
Yeah, if it does, something does, I'm absolutely with you. Heavyweight battle going forward. You have the SEC, one of the most dominant conferences ever seen in basketball. Two of the teams facing off. Then you have on the other side, the teams who have got 15 plus game win streak going into the final four. We haven't seen that this century. So we can talk about not having something to win the rubber team for the beginning, but we're hearing up with 3 heavyweight basketball games that could be all time.
Yeah, Nick makes that Monica, which was the last answer, the NIL. Once we go in, once we go in full on, going away from amateur, eliminating capitalism, we always look at consolidation in the clubs. I think seeing it, we always think all playoffs too. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because these teams are so good. They're the best basketball here compared to the NCAA tournament. And my rankings of the last decade, 4 of the top 6 teams the last decade are in the final four now. The other 3 are in the saga. So being able to see these guys with best team all season long, on the numbers checking at some point, that's a big factor in this. That's not that
I may have thought that for a second. That was very great. 4 years ago, you'll remember, there wasn't a 1 seed, a 2 seed, or a 3 seed in the final four. And of course, that's been a great story. What's that for you?
Well, to Kaplan Emily's point, so what I would add is that seeing the audience speak for itself, okay? Forget about what we think in the media. The audience tells us what they think. Well, George Mason, as they were Cinderellaing their way to the tournament, every time you compared that run to the previous run, the ratings got lower and lower. People want a win. People know what they want. And you look at that one that you mentioned a moment ago, you got UConn winning in San Diego State, Miami, FAU, etc. That was the lowest rated Final Four in the history of the sport. So game wins matter at this point, and blue bloods matter.
And you care about the rating, of course. Does that really affect how you watch the game at all? Or you're like, well, people are watching this all. People are only watching.
No, it doesn't affect me, but if we didn't get caught up in those blue things, I think it's and that's my question. Well, I think the real point is all about the emergence of the transfer portal combined with the collective of this new NIL space. You have to give it a couple of years to get it wrapped up. And so I think that's what we're getting now. Often with some of the other guys how there's a senior later team that have stayed and not thought one question has something to do with. Well, those teams are the transfer to the blue bloods to get that. And so now it's all the time when we have to wrap up. Yeah, let's not only erase some of these Cinderella teams. That's what we said. Not to mention some of the teams that come from, say, a big major makes them all. There's a good thing should be had when you have the powerhouse. You have some of the
4 number 1s have had 4 times before the women's bracket. Okay, that 5%.
Liberty Mutual launched transfer out to state and protect American auto insurance.
It's pronounced Liberty. That's right, kid. Okay.
What's better than a limited time deal and unlimited time deal? That's why the $5 discount is the best number, fresh for the week, and application taker is all the time. Duh, the best deal all the time. Gotta be lucky.
Check-in time is free. It's 2:55. I know.
As your host, I have
specialists not only in investing, but also in financial and estate planning and more. Yes, and as a fiduciary, we always put their interests first. But you still sell commission-based products, right? No, we have a simple management fee structure, so we do better when our clients do better. Huh, you're working with our both. And Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
New Chipotle honey chicken. Puts it in a pure honey and seared smoked peppers with fresh chicken hot off the grill. For Chipotle heat with a touch of sweet and a perfectly balanced sauce. Chipotle honey chicken takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Welcome back to Around the Horn, coming to you from above the Heineken Riverbank.
South Carolina closes like a DMV at lunch. It's third all. And the Gamecocks, fifth straight Final Four. UCLA, UC worry, no worry. LA poised and perseverance in putting away LSU. What are you buying from this half of a Final Four 2-1 seed? Well, Tony, I'm buying both these teams for different reasons. I think Warren Best is dynamic. He's the defensive player of the year in their conference. He had 17 points in this ball game, and there were points about the room that had not seen in years past in this Final Four. So, yeah, why play Final Four now for not feeling company? And each of them better.
Just makes me angry.
In that game, it went down to the last 2 minutes. So I think it seems to me like something in the run that last week. Did you set your mind those teams before you're about to I'm buying South Carolina as an unstoppable dynamic force, and the way that they're doing it this season, it's almost more impressive what they did last year. Last year, they only trailed by about a minute for the entire turn. This year, they've been challenged for them. They're actually trailing for about 36 minutes. They've been coming back and really practicing perfect basketball against them. That may change in a few minutes of that court. They're in the 14-0 run, and it's never really quite looked back. They have to play 40 perfect minutes to beat them. That's exactly what John's doing. But again, you're telling me you're buying. Yes, no kidding. You're buying the number one team. What are you buying? Yes, the Capitals, please.
Okay, let me try this. I am buying the Don Stanley.
Oh, I see what happened. I thought it was somebody else.
Basketball right now.
Huh?
He does not have the talent that he's had in years past. He's admitted from here on out it's not going to be great, but they keep finding ways. And that looks to me, that's like a nasty brand of basketball they were playing. It's like they punched the ticket to the 216 by winning a game 45-38, but they found a way, and that's why he's buying something.
Again, this is not news breaker either. I'm not breaking news here. I'm the jump start sales to the 5 big Final Four. Yes, he's the best coach in America. Doing this around the horse.
Here's what I can find. If you were telling a story, this would be the perfect matchup. You've got one team who's making their first Final Four in the NCAA era, UCLA, okay, and you've got this team is juggernaut like South Carolina, who's done it so many times. I think the matchup is a perfect story to tell, and I would also buy UCLA winning this, Tony, because of Lauren Betts. Not only her defensive prowess, but I think she's the best pivot player in the sport.
At this point, I'm pretty important. I hear what you say. Guys, this is not that guy solo giving away points for free ladies game. This is not Kobe Bryant. What happens having the most perfect paper calls you've ever seen. And I'm envious watching that. So, you get your news. Let's go around the horn. Torpedo backstory. This is the more line this weekend. Have you never thought of this? Change the shape of the bat. Look at this. Yankees are managing like almost no team to start a season ever before. Chisholm well boldly among those using the new bat. Aaron Judge not. He's still Judge. But it all crystallized on Saturday night. First 3 pitches they saw went for home runs, and 9 home runs in the game. Did the Yankees have you packing? MLB says it's legal within the rules. Opposing players. Telling the New York Post, it's genius, but it's terrible. Honestly, baseball won't do anything though. This is the Yankees. Fans are going crazy. They're having fun with it. Look at the difference in bats again. What do we have here? Short, genius, bush league, a half
fine, it's genius. It's within the rules, okay? Most guys, or a number of those guys were hitting the ball on the label, so why not make the bat a little thinner where they can make contact on the thicker part of the bat? It makes all the sense in the world. Everyone's just complaining because they didn't think of it first.
Consider you a brother to rocket scientist. Everyone has access to science, so why not use it? A couple guys are using this instant training out on the Yankees, and a lot of teams are putting in orders now to buy it. So this is not just one team ever going to do that.
I'm still in the way that this sort of circulating on social media, the way this is great spread. You have to get a bunch of people on the couple of go out about the bad, and all of a sudden there's a 20-25 version of the Black Sox. It just takes a little bit of time to understand that there are all people that other teams are trying, other players are trying, and you're probably supposed to start a copycat. But the Yankees just figure something out that allows somebody to keep out with that.
But it's a big nut.
I find this terrible because of all the questions together, I feel like it's one of the most unwritten rules. But this is actually totally yeah, like I'm buying it. Come on, like make it more interesting. Get the people going. It's provocative. Let's do it. I already like one. There's a lot of this stuff, right? You heard about the Apollo State having double points. Yeah, I can't look at that. Never seen this. You think you're gonna set the home run record every series and hit 9 home runs every game? I don't know. We'll move on. Buy yourself a great NBA. Like, so 5 players rejected the coaches. Bigger said, working on the regional answer. Bigger said, getting each other back in the non-negotiable. The Pistons locker room. George, you buy yourself this.
Tony, I'm so those who believe that they're being but I think they're being hyperbolic comparing this to like the Malice at the Palace, or comparing it to any other issue the NBA had with fighting in the 80s or 90s. This is two teams who are fighting for positions in their conferences and want to compete at the highest level, and sometimes that escalates. And it escalated in a way that it's spilled over to the fans a little bit. You don't want that, and I think Adam Silver will determine that and suspend them, but I have no issues with the type of passion those teams have done.
Look, the Pistons are one of the best players in the league this year. Like, they're sitting in the fifth spot. Sometimes sports, depending on what's happening in the Eastern Conference. When you look at post-All-Star break defense, their defense is ranked top 5. They are a tough, gritty, physical team. Now, Dante, Infinito, also in New York last year, he ain't no one up either. These are two teams fighting for their lives down the stretch of the season. When basketball still matters. This is what we want, right? This is the thing that we talk about the NBA life. Don't have passion for these type of games in the middle of the season that seemingly don't matter to a lot of people. But this is what we got. We have those people who are trying to be the future of this league. Taking the game at the end of March, a lot of people are ready, they not get about it, and finally over foul and finally over the intensity and trying to make it the playoffs.
That's what I'm hearing right now. When it was the NHL that turned down the captain, what do we have? A parade saying, oh, we can't have fighting in the NHL. It's up to that game. You hear what they did there? I said, go ahead.
Yeah, I like that. What I'm buying is the other guy who's nicknamed Steve getting ejected, holding the straight up like this to the crowd. Detroit basketball is back in a big way. My buddy Mike Grant works with me all these months, and this is the culture that Bickerstaff is preaching for 3 seasons. Accountability, standing up for each other, tough brand of basketball. And as Monica said, they're not just a basketball league, they're a really good basketball team. This January, we're the second best defense rating in the NBA. I'm excited to see them in the playoffs. First time we're going to really host the playoff game.
Jamie Bickerstaff is the coach this year. No disrespect to Kenny Atkinson, but that dude was already a playoff.
Dave Cook said that's a good MVP candidate, further down the ballot.
Yeah, listen, the Pistons have won more games this year than they have in the previous 2 years. Jamie deserves
That is a hand of fake time. Thank you very much, Dave Cook. Thank you, Dave. And we got us a lot of them done. That is our showdown. Welcome back to Power Time.
Any large pizza, regular onion price, get one large one-topping pizza for free. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Honestly, we should.
Honestly, we've been together for a while, so
sexual health, and all those other options.
If you're HIV positive, use your healthcare provider to decide what may be right for you. Things routine, safe nutrition medicine, or you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And you can be 95% effective when taking out this drug. You're going to get tested to find out about what prevention options. Because honestly, our health is worth protecting.
When our numbers guy Frank goes on vacation,
Hello, Frank.
he deals in the most affordable German engineered car brand in America. It gets even better. Just ask our intern.
Okay, then you're gonna watch me and you're gonna do this. Ready?
During Volkswagen Field Days, get up to a $2,500 customer bonus on selected 2025 models during Volkswagen Field Day.
Let's do it.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give it some Titanian treats.
Hilton is bringing you more new ways to stay than ever before. With all new places, there's all new experiences to enjoy. Hilton, for the stay.
New Chipotle honey chicken.
What's the
First
last
hit of
word you're
pure honey,
supposed
seared snow peppers with fresh chicken hot off the grill. For Chipotle heat with a touch of sweet and a perfectly balanced sauce. Chipotle honey chicken takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we stay in touch with auto insurance.
How do you pronounce it, Barry?
Liberty. But only pay when you
Oh, there you go! So annoying.
You hear that? That's called opportunity. If you've got the work ethic, there's millions of opportunities waiting for you to steal trends. This is your moment. Time to grab your Carhartt and get to work.
Did you know with a whole saw and a press and wrench, you can install a Mr. Full DIY? There's no paying for contractors. There's no brazing or all that other stuff. It's covered when you want it, how you want it, any day of the year. Get yours today at MrFullDIY.com.
Spam. Don't knock it till you fry it. Sizzle, pork, and
Two haircuts?
Yeah, I tried to book online, but I don't know. So I've been trying to yesterday, and it just keeps kicking me out.
Are you using the app or like the website?
Website.
You want it all even or do you want to see it on the side? No, say on the side. Yeah.
So I think Texas wins the danger side. Their advantage is also they keep it close. 11-0 is one difference. Meanwhile, UConn, you still got all the teams, still got two best teams. It's all about pace backers coming off the first 3 or 4 points. And she's going to like to get that national title.
So that they should have marketplace insurance.
Cartoons on for you. Come up here.
We are very proud to announce that Penn State is only a Hopkins will honey their first biggest
Hey, hold on. This is gonna work. Your hands go down. Your hands, put your head down. Good.
Your hands go down. This is gonna go on you.
Get so ticklish.
Okay, put it on. Like this. Just like that.
Let it be.
That's it. Ready? And then a blanket.
Blanket.
Okay, but take this one off. This one's itchy. Take it off. Just this one. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Comb your hair, okay? First side? Yeah. You can watch next. You can watch next. Ready?
I gotta say, can we come tomorrow to get her haircut? She would be more ready. For my nana said just come tomorrow and get our haircut.
Oh, yeah?
And I think we had an appointment for Monday. Oh. Like today.
No, today's the last one.
Yeah. Monday.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I didn't hear the spider was.
they're coming back and they are storming back in the most significant game this late in the regular season. They just beat down South Carolina. A lot of folks would like to see that rematch, so that's a great story. If Southern Cal, without their best player, come on now, without Juju Watkins, if they are able to win 2 games without her and get to the Final Four, and look something, they can do it. You know, Kiki Arrowhead, she's tremendous as a transfer from Stanford. I'm not saying she can take up all the slack, but that would be a great story. And I'm not going to say either one of those teams would be a lesser story. People will have to make way for both. You know, I
Want to use the phone? Do you want mommy's phone? No, we can use the phone. Say thank you. No slash. Okay, give me
What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong?
One buddy. Let's go.
You're welcome. Go ahead and sign your name. 2 cups or one, right behind you.
Oh, wait.
Don't sign the other.
Line
Hey, are you Notre Dame fan or you just have a shirt?
I have a shirt. Everyone asks me that I'm not.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm trying to think, well, I can do it. Trying to figure out if the women are still in the tournament. What you talking about, son? What you talking about, sir? Is that you? What are you talking about? Are you playing with your tablet?
Over there.
Where did this thing come from? Please try it. Learn more at harvestright.com. Steve, you always buy books that I never see you reading.
How much time?
Okay. Give her back the tablet. Thank you. Say thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Yes,
What is it, Amber? No, you're good. You're good.
What, did you go sign in?
Yeah, the second name, Omar.
Oh, okay. I thought it said.
Sorry, my bad.
What is it, Amber? No, you're good. You're good. Next time you have a course or project, because I just go online. Huh? I'm not done. Are these? Okay. Okay.
The other day, I took it all the way apart and cleaned it up, and I reset it, but when I set the blade, I didn't get close enough. Yes.
What's up? This part? This is.
Yes, yes. I took the gangbang off.
What up? Get right with you. You said it gets louder over time? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Wonderful. Oh, yeah. That's okay. I didn't hear anything. No, it's okay. I just didn't hear anything about it, so I was just trying to figure out where they were. Yeah, I was on TikTok. I saw it on TikTok shop. No, that's okay. I was on TikTok and I saw them on TikTok shop. I'm like, oh shit, they're already out. No, just if you know there's a here or two hanging out, let me know and I'll come get them. Yeah, well, that's all good. No worries.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. Oh, okay, no problem. But yeah, no, it's yeah, it's fine. Just if you guys get another shipment and there's some hanging around, let me know.
But yeah,
So
no,
I
it's
can,
yeah, it's
try to
fine.
make my
Just
way out there.
if you guys get another shipment and there's some hanging around, let me know.
Yeah,
So
it's no big deal. It's not
okay,
big.
thank you, dog.
Okay, thank you, dog. Bye.
Yeah, it's no big deal. It's not big deal. Okay, thank you, dog. Bye.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask him to switch it over. Yeah, we are. We'll just go talk about
Are you oiling these every cut? Yes. Because when I sprayed it, it got loud. Then when I oiled it, it got less loud. But yeah, it's the blade. That's crazy. Huh? Well, I mean,
It's a good blade.
you already have a new one?
I don't. No. So I stashed 2 blades at my station.
I don't. No. So I stashed 2 blades at my station, and I took them out of inventory last year, but I never used them because I stopped breaking my blades. So that's the reason I gave it to you, because I already paid it.
No, I zero gapped it because.
No, I zero gapped it because.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I know it was a blade I already had.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I know.
Yeah, it was a blade I already had.
I tried it with my neck. I didn't have like the best angle. I was. Don't be gentle. Like use it like what? What? Let's do that. You said what? You said what? When y'all last day of school? So when y'all last day of school? I think you're separate. Like you want to separate yours like his, or keep fading into your separate.
Thank you.
do like I open this front thing or no?
Yeah.
How does it work?
You guys have a good week?
Hey, looks good, dude. Lay it down before you sit on the table, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get take off and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
So,
Everyone determined to find out what's possible.
I'm doing razor edge ups on these guys. If you wanna.
What would you like the house to do? Think of it.
It's. I know it's the blade.
I can't use mine on sensitive kid.
Like a neurodivergent?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Whenever you have those, just come get mine. I don't mind trading you. In situations like that. I don't mind. And hell, honestly, go ahead and grab another blade. I'll just take that blade and put it on my black trimmers.
I was gonna say I'm becoming a neurodivergent. Like it, I feel it. I get tension here.
Yeah.
Listen.
But yeah, go ahead and grab another one and just bring. Well, I mean, you know how to put them on, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just take yours off. And give me your old one.
As for Cat Whitlow, this will be her fourth Final Four appearance, first since 2003, while PG looking to continue his historic run into his first Final Four. Madison Booker won Big 12 Player of the Year last season. Now she'll be facing the current Big 12 Player of the Year, Haley Van Ness, who single-handedly outscored Notre Dame 12-2 in the Final Four in 2016. She said after the game, I was going to go out there and play as hard as I could to practice with these girls tomorrow. And that's exactly what she did. I feel the same way. I don't ever want to leave these amazing women on this bench. Hello, welcome into the studio. I'm El Duncan alongside my fantastic teammates, our former Lady Ball Andrea Carter, our Stanford Hall of Famer, and Shay Greenhead. We're almost here. It's almost arrived. It's our last show before Tampa. We got sunshine, our high studio, our high walking time. I was going to say, our last day is going to be the last day that I'm going to the color of beige, and I just cannot wait. And then it's going to be more like that party day. They're sitting at home watching tonight to wait for their opponent. Yesterday, it was South Carolina and UCLA punching their ticket to the Final Four. We start with that first one, Duke and South Carolina. Understanding that this is a time when they need a power with the drop. That was a game changer. She came in the third quarter and made an impact. Finally, they realized we need more offense, we need more shooters. You see Kobe Forte here. This is why people wondered why she was on the bench at the end of the game. They do love that open side Wall Street action. So Forte had 18 points. She was phenomenal as a freshman in this game. There's Samaya Fagan that ended up being your most outstanding player of the game. Then it was Chloe Kings against South Carolina. She get a little bit for everybody here. And now they're up by 4. 12 seconds left. Ashlyn Jackson with the last chance for Duke. Ashlyn, heads up. Airmailed it. South Carolina selling it in their 6th straight Final Four. As for Kim Mulkey and LSU taking on
You ready?
Are you ready? For the razor?
Oh, yeah. I was like, what?
Huh. So I think for me, the easy side is going to be his left side. So I'm sorry, this is the hard side for me. It's hard to pivot this way, but
and they move on to, as I mentioned, their first Final Four appearance. And so, just give me your biggest takeaways from the action we saw yesterday. Well, from the beginning of the year, one of the
so like I'm pretty much just using this corner. Like this, the only thing that's touching his skin is like up to that much. And then after I get all that, then I go straight up. Because this part isn't necessarily. That's the hard part. It's just like getting around that curve. This part is easier to do the pivoting thing. And I feel like you were using the corner, but I just feel like you were more. I can't do it in my head now. But I think I could take it away from someone. But after,
I really can't tell because it's not like a slice on your head. It's a nick.
But I also don't think I feel you stretching my skin, and I think that could also describe why I have so many. So always, yeah, right. But like I said, I felt like it go in on here too, not by much, but I did feel it.
Yesterday we saw a lot of goals breaking for South Carolina team that still made the Final Four despite the fact that what's the most pressing need that needs to be addressed before they take the court on Friday? Go ahead, you start. To me, their strength has always been a weakness no place near yet. You think about Tuesday, 24 points, South Carolina only had 9 points, efforts, minus the 4 line. The other teams stand up the ones out of the lane, so that's a question mark. But more urgency. It seems like they're comfortable. We always said that this is a team that doesn't panic, but sometimes we want them to turn things on, and we didn't do it. Yeah, those are things like that are tangible to me. That you know South Carolina's always going to bring, and then if you look at this from an analytical perspective, there's some basketball issues at the end. No matter who South Carolina's going to face, like it doesn't matter if Texas or TCU wins. South Carolina's offense and their shot selection has to be figured out going into the Final Four, whether they play Texas or whether they play TCU. And then two other things, if they play Texas, they have to figure out how to clean up their defensive rebounding because they gave up 19 offensive rebounds to Duke. Texas is an outstanding offensive rebounding team, and then South Carolina also had some issues defending Duke with the pick and roll action. TCU wrote pick and roll more than almost anybody. So defensively, cleaning up the glass and defending pick and roll, depending on who they're playing, they're going to have to figure that out. But don't you think that the biggest issue is that they don't necessarily have a go-to player in this tournament? We're seeing more of that drop through. We're watching for 34 and then 40 combining for 74 points. You feel like you need a big performance when you're doing performance coming. Yeah, and I think it's easier for me. When I think about being a role player, it's easier to know where my shot is supposed to be because I know who to get the shot first. I know that I probably shouldn't shoot it until it's in on the ball reversal. Or I probably shouldn't shoot it until I get the ball in there and then I get it back out. It's harder to know where your shot is supposed to place on and feel confident in that. When you don't know who great the players are, I can feel it. Maybe like in my mind, like a good thing to be a second or third option. But again, we talk about the standard being so high, part of that.
I'm still your dog, man. You can call me Sir then. I'm still your dog. Everything's cool, too.
TCU's victory has led them to have one of the most efficient offenses in the nation, but how does your elite defense disrupt them tonight?
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. You know, they have so many weapons and really can't come from anywhere. So that's why they are where they are, right? And so it's a big challenge for us. But you know what? Our kids have answered that battle all year long. And I'm certainly excited about the opportunity.
As always, thank you for your time and best of luck tonight.
Appreciate it.
Speaking of well-known catchphrases, our resident Texan here, what do they say? Everything is fingered and tasted, even on breakdown. So you've been enjoying watching her do her thing. You personally need you to see it. I don't know. Ken has been there. I'll step over there for her. Okay. Finger and center and Texas. We are two serving girls, so we're going to hold it down together. Look, the number one seed in this matchup is Texas, and their lone star, right there, is Maddie Booker. 19 points per game in the tournament, but they're best known for their defense. So what will that take for Lisa? Every baby, let's get into it. So watch her switch her feet, move them tongues. What is this extension? That's what you're going to need against a TCU team that is a high-powered offense. But I love her offense because she's known for the mid-range. Second most in the NBA T1. She knows to get the mid-range.
The very what?
Really?
Let me see him. Like got hair on him, or?
Yeah, I don't know if TCU has seen a player like Madison Booker and how they defend Madison Booker. It's an actual matchup for how they're going to defend her. But on the other side, Texas is going to have to defend Haley Van Lith. And Haley Van Lith has been lethal in this NCAA tournament. 48 points against Notre Dame. She outscored Notre Dame.
They have gold screws, okay? These are not gold.
I know.
The changing speed is the point of it. All green accent. This is what they love. Haley Van Lith, she gets down with the defender. And only one of is going to actually feel about 7 pounds. That's just about 7. So this might not be an issue. But if you go under the tree, every bit of lift will make you pay. She admits outstanding. Motion lift accounted for 62% of benefits. More work for the road. More work to find your unit. So far in the journey for CCU, slowing down really big lifts, more slow than ever. I got a lot of feedback yesterday. Thanks for everybody on the big board. That I was not really too slow yesterday. I just don't see the electric car. She said you're right. But I'm talking on here. Yeah, you know, okay, I have to back. You know, Chris, I'm gonna get in the weeds for just a second. But she's nerding out, guys. Bear with me, because back in 2019, this game was to go to the Final Four. Oregon taking on a Mick Schaefer coach Mississippi State.
Like writing a 1-star review.
Mississippi State up. She had 33 points, 31, 33. She had a 30-piece and killed in ball screen action. Now, why is this important, you might ask? Mick Schaefer was on the team 6 years ago on front. They weren't even going to watch this. Jerry Cowan is out by the ball screen, and so what you do, you still destroy ball screen action. And why is this the most important? Because the coach at Oregon, Oregon, these two coaches are familiar with each other. It's easier to disrupt than it is to score, but this is a big three, and I have to give credit to Noah Friend because even though things in the second half went to sideways, she was giving out the rest, back into the screen, she still was in there putting so big, and I think that she's one of those places from down, Haley Ford, but Noah was on her way to the goal for it, so I think the coach played faster for TCU to be against that. Yeah, taking care of the ball is what is so important, but also potentially not that's only after 2 main threes so far in this tournament. They did not get a very high percentage of their goals from three. TCU can be lights out sometimes from beyond there. Now, I think they'll hit more than 7 for to really make a difference, but they're going to keep shooting different. All right, we're also paying attention to that second game on the docket tonight. UConn USC, a game that was circled weeks ago. Yes, it changed a little bit, but the results and what can happen has now to break this down and talk about how USC final touches chance to make the Final Four.
Let's take all the blades and keep them at either your station or my station.
Can you check them? The rest of it okay?
I'm glad you didn't like it because I didn't like it. 10 of her 13 field goals were jump shots. She has to find a way to get it around, swing it around, get fouled. The right side wasn't her best game, but it builds up some confidence for some of those young players to see that they can do it and hold it back. And for Absence, certainly doesn't mean everybody. They need to go to their very offense. That's what Mr. Carter is. I get it now. Hey, how about this, guys? We've got some news. Breaking news. Officially, the schedule is out for the Final Four. It starts at 7 p.m. on ESPN. It will be South Carolina versus the winner of our first game, Texas or TCU. And then 9:30 or
Cash?
Yeah.
50. 50 cents. Oh, yeah, tea. Oh, appreciate it. Have a good week, now.
Gotta take the food to go.
If you like options, you'll love my $5 all-day big deal meal. Choose from 4 delicious entrees and 5 tasty sides with a drink. Oh, and nobody else includes breakfast items all day. Just this guy. And Jack, every bite's a big deal. Walking and talking about.
The big front seat on Spirit is so big and so in the front, it'll be marveled at by groups 2, 3, and 4. But play it cool. You're on vacation. Spirit or fly.
Is chasing after a better electricity provider getting you nowhere? Then switch to Constellation. We have a great rate, and it includes free AC repairs with some plans. You can also get up to $600 in annual bill credits. Switch for good to Constellation.
Uno más. Yeah, I got the little Gabriel. Just him. Gabriel.
By talking about your big three, I asked them the best word that would describe them. They told me dynamic. How must that be on display tonight?
Yeah, offensively, especially, I think that's what's carried us to this point. But those three playing out with each other, playing together, and cheering the ball.
Even if it's true.
They do that. That trio is as good as anybody in the country.
And on the other side, defensively, what is the assignment against Lurie as well as Matty Booker, who is dynamic on both ends of the floor?
Yeah, we got our work cut out. Madison Booker's one of the best players in the country. And she scores so effortlessly. She scores all over it, all the centers in the score. And Rory puts so much pressure on her transitions. We've got a transition for everything. And they got 2 really good post players down low that they feed the ball to. So they come at you from a lot of different angles. And you got to be sound, be disciplined, and all these areas.
Thanks for your time.
Best of luck tonight, Coach.
What is up, dog? Are you getting a cut or is Yanni? Come on over. How you doing? Yanni, what up, man? You an astronaut today? You just eating bread balls?
He has a why does he have a his shirt has an astronaut dabbing on it.
Really? Astronauts be dabbing?
Kind of.
Is that so? I never knew. I definitely didn't know that. That's futuristic, man. It was on the moon back in the 60s.
When I become an astronaut, I'm really going to try tapping in space. But space has low gravity. It takes so much time in order to get down to the bottom.
Do you know what planet you plan to visit first, or the moon, or whatever? Because some places, Mars has gravity.
Mars has gravity?
Outer space doesn't have gravity, but each planet has a gravitational pull.
Wait, so can I get a tail switch, please?
You can play with it. I don't know if you can have it. I feel like having is a big commitment. I just met you, brother. I know you well enough to just give you this switch. You're best friends. I don't know. I wouldn't. I just feel like giving it to you is just a little extreme. Okay, hold this one. And then this one. Boy. Oh. You got pictures or something coming up?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's on Wednesday.
It's on Wednesday. But today is Monday.
How do I get out?
Press the home button.
Home button?
Yes, sir. There you go. Now you're out.
How am I trying to exit the screen?
Buddy, I don't have a clue. Yeah, press the buttons. I'm not sure what game you're playing. What exactly are we watching today?
Evil Leafy gets grounded.
Evil what?
Evil Leafy gets grounded.
Evil if it gets
Evil Leafy.
Evil Leafy gets grounded? Oh. What's up, spaceman? Sucker, did Mr. Spencer ask for my property tax payments?
What do you think?
Can you email him about that? Ask him, does that factor in at all? I paid $15,000. Gotta give me some kind of discount.
I like it. Head laugh, please.
Oh, no.
I do not.
Something amazing is happening. In a world of data, people are accessing critical information quickly and securely. That's because CDW architects are building infrastructures with unified data storage from memory. With the flexibility to run workloads across any environment, providing customers less downtime, giving them more time and patience. Make an amazing happen. Now in CDW.
What you say? Who?
So the balance, didn't I tell you that it only went up? Our triple net went up $111 or less than $200, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Then why? How? She said our the reconciliation from January to now, I guess, last month, is $4,200.
Is how much?
$4,200.
Yeah, that'll need some clarification.
pretty sure.
I wonder if Mrs. Sprinkle gets the statements or if his company does. $2,100. So did that go up because Harry left?
Well, that's the new rate.
Yeah. Wait, why? What do you think?
Why did you take the attention away?
Why?
No.
I'll give you two guesses.
Because my dad's my edge up.
You got it right on the first guess. Smartest dude ever, man. You're gonna be a great astronaut. Great astronaut. Okay, close your eyes. You look like a statue? If your eyes are closed, how would you? Stuck down.
Oh. Have you tested out your new blade sucker? Huh? I'm saying you didn't even test on yourself? Okay, you get out. So let your dad check you out. What they got to say?